Blood over 5 days, the final year at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. Our umpires, Valdulaat Khan and Mr. Shazy, on their way out to the middle. And a match that is so evenly poised, it's on a knife's edge. It is the Eastern Storm after 90 overs on day one at 224 for 7 when they resumed this morning. 21-year-old Marais at the crease, and he perhaps holds the key to a much higher score here for the Eastern Storm. Jesse James Albany showed last night that he's no mug with a bat indeed. Enjoys a pull and a hook, does Jesse James Albany, and he'll look to support the attacking Marais, who sort of against instincts yesterday made 46 not out of about 130 balls, and really kept himself in check. He was dropped on 12 behind the stumps by Jean Kluter. A chance that'll be eating away at Kluter and his captain Dan Pitt, because it was, as far as wicket-keeper catches go, a straightforward one. For the Knights, it was Captain Dan Pitt who bowled more than 30 overs, 31 in fact, and picked up 3 wickets yesterday. And he'll perhaps be looking at Tiaan van Vuren, and they would have had a chat last night. Pitt saying, "I need more of you, my man, I need more of you." And I'm joined this morning in commentary by a man who knows this field, he knows the side, he knows the coaching staffs, he knows South African cricket. Aubrey Swanepoel, good morning.
Good morning, Sport. It's good to be back here. Lovely day of cricket yesterday. I think the game went forward for the Knights, and it went took a bit of tail there in the back end, taking late the new ball yesterday. So one advantage for the Knights this morning. They'll have a freshly cherry in their hands, and hopefully with a bit of cloud cover they can get the ball to move.
Yeah, we had a typical Highveld thunderstorm late afternoon yesterday, early evening here in Bloemfontein. Probably about 15 or 20 mils of rain rather, in a very short space of time. And as you mentioned, maybe just a bit of life in the deck this morning. Ball is 6 overs old. Malusi Sibotto and probably Tiaan van Vuren from the Loch Logan end will share that brand new kookaburra. And it is the young Marais, 46 of 131 yesterday.
It's going to be interesting to see what tactic he goes, as we see in Jesse James. Not bad with the hook and the cut there. So I think, just from my experience, I think he should just rotate the strike while as he starts the morning roll there.
And we spoke about this word yesterday, Aubrey, and I'd like you to take us through this opening spell of Malusi Sibotto, and what I'm looking at and what I need you to look at and talk to the viewers about is the intent. That's the first ball. He's bowled a lot yesterday. He'll be stiff, but let's see if he gets that intent up in this opening spell.
So one thing you can see about Malusi yesterday, I think it didn't start as well as he wanted to when he went to Ernest Kemp and Yuri Snyman. But one thing he did when he came back in his second spell, he never left the stumps. He always tested right hand, left handers technique, and you could see experience came in late in the day, because when he got Grant Thompson out there, his energies was up. He was making sure that you could see the carry was a bit better than what we started in the morning. He was hitting Chian's gloves harder than what normally. So you can see where the experience came in Malusi's advantages. He changes his gears well, and he's normally they speak about first spell, second spell. Your third and fourth spell must be the same pace as your first spell.
There's another thing I want you to have a look at. I'm thinking back at the dismissal yesterday of Grant Thompson, the experienced man in the Eastern Storm batting lineup. There's this slope on the wicket. You know, it's perhaps on camera not easily detectable, but Sibotto for 6 or 7 overs at Thompson went straight at middle stump. But with that little bit of slope, he got him trying to hit probably towards mid-on, and in the end being caught at third slip.
Yeah, the one thing that I can just, while we are all having Albany on strike here, he's definitely looking to hit Malusi a lot straighter with the slope like today and picked at mid-off, where I think that ball was a bit straighter, but the Tomo dismissal, I think Tomo, maybe just his head fell over, and that's why the ball ended up going to like third slip with Gully where Asbrook took an unbelievable catch.
And why I bring that up, I was about 3 boxes to our left. And sitting at that angle, it almost looked like Sibotto was hitting leg stump, you know what I'm saying? But that little bit of slope, it fools you. Because in the end, it does hit off stump from that middle stump line.
He's definitely getting the ball to hold it just like a bit straighter than what he normally gets it to go, and I think it's with the slope, with the angle that's going. As Jesse just guides that one to backward point to start his morning. Yeah, but that 26 runs that he's added on there to the Eastern Storm score is really vital.
One often thinks, Aubrey, that it's almost a sort of a dead rubber this for the Knights in the sense of yes, it's a final, yes, there's a trophy up for grabs. But their main objective was the 15 points, finishing top of the log, which they've done. But I can assure the viewers at home, there is nothing better for professional cricket players than winning a trophy. And with the Flexbrand brand behind the Knights, there'll be a little bonus pool from the sponsor saying if you guys win the 4-day trophy, we'll add a 5 or a 10 grand in each player's pocket. So there's always something up for grabs, isn't there, Aubrey?
Yeah, I think for the Knights that haven't won the 2020 already, it would be nice for them if they go up to Div 1, having won all 3 trophies. So I think lots up for play this morning. As you mentioned, we'll see Tian van Vuren from the Log Logan end. It's going to be interesting to see because yesterday when he got the new ball, he came immediately around the wicket, and I still told you I prefer having a left arm seam bowling over the wicket, getting it to go either straight or just across the right hander. But it's going to be interesting to see the tactics that the Knights use this morning, because I feel that they need to find something to break this partnership.
I'm in the question asking mood this morning. I saw the Knights yesterday starting with 3 slips and a gully with a new ball. Now we see 2 slips, one at first slip and one probably at third. Ring field on the offside, point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side, and a fine leg back. No third man. Fine leg because he brings it back in at the right-handers normally, and then a deep backward square. They saw yesterday that Albany's not afraid to have a hook in the pull.
Yeah, we've seen him. I think about 3 of his boundaries was executed pulls that he did actually to the big boundary, and they had guys out. He split them nice and off, so he does get in line. If you can see this morning, he gets in line, nicely in line on the ball. He plays with a straight bat, and I think he's no muck with the bat, as we've seen him hold 26 of the 53-run partnership. He moves to 27 now. So he's actually outscored Divan in the partnership there.
Oh, that was neatly played. It was on the up. It was on a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. I think the big thing to look out in a 5-day final is what is the wicket doing? Early on day 2, definitely no gremlins in it with the seamers. We do have a suspicion that it'll turn more as the match progresses. It is a wicket that the Knights know well. They've played on it before the season a few times.
One thing I might have an early prediction that might shoot me back in the foot, but we'll chat about that probably tomorrow. I think the team that's going to play spin the best for second innings will be on top come day 3 and day 4.
And we've mentioned this yesterday a few times already. The fact that the Knights will be batting last. Left arm tweakers in Simelani and Ernest Kem on the side of the Eastern Storm.
The thing is, they have the left arm finger spinners and they have right arm finger spinners, and we've seen Yuri Snyman has picked up big wickets for them this season, especially matchups off spinner bowling to left-handers. He's picked up loads of left-handers, and we've seen Ernest cleaning up loads of right-handers as the competition went longer into the competition.
Yeah, that's. I've got a feeling Yuri Snyman might hold a key here with the 3 left-handers in the top order of the Knights. That's not saying left-arm tweakers can't bowl at left-handed batters. But the thing about a spinner, Aubrey, and you'll know this very well, once you start challenging both edges of the bat, that's when you become very dangerous. So Yuri Snyman does have that one that just slides on. It beats a lot of batters for pace actually with that delivery. Kem bowls a nice arm ball as well, as does Similani. So they will be challenging both edges of the left and right-handers. Grant Thompson these days turns his arm over with a bit of off spin. He used to be more than just a decent medium fast bowler. Grant Thompson could get the ball to shape away a little bit from the right-handers.
Nice and late.
For the time, maybe just catching up a little bit.
Fielders are definitely a lot closer here in now, and as we mentioned, that Malusi's just moving backward square, like to the big boundary, but mid of cover. But Wicket nice and tight here to Albany. They don't want to get him to. They want to be bowling to him still.
I've got an observation, and I want your opinion on it. I do feel Malusi Sibotto is such a fantastic bowler. He's been one of the real servants of cricket in South Africa. He's got 344 first-class wickets. I just don't know if he's going to wrap up the tail as quickly as other seam bowlers on the park here.
The one thing that we spoke about yesterday, what the Knights were missing was raw pace in Joe van Dijk. So it would have been interesting. I was, as on my way driving to the field, I was thinking I might have a go with young Boasty just to put him under pressure. Give him a new ball, he's young, and let's see if he, because he did have get the ball to move. So I was hoping to see young Boasty have the ball in the hand, new ball, and just looking to put the batters under pressure.
Over time, the best bowling attacks in the world has always had variation. Variations not just in styles of bowling, but in pace. You look at the Aussies, you've got Mitch Stark, left arm seamer, you've got Cummins, you've got Hazelwood and Boland. They're all different in what they do and what they bring. You've got the real pace of Cummins, and then you've got Cam Green, who can run in and bowl good bounces at lively pace.
Yeah, but it's good to see Jesse getting in line with the ball, playing nice and straight, as there is a bit of slope, as we mentioned, but he's definitely getting in line and playing it nice and late under his eyes, which is probably a good sign for Eastern still. They need this partnership to grow. That's 54 run partnership between the two of them. So this is really good between the two.
Is it? Alright, I'm going to let the guys know. Will you check in quickly now and see if it's better?
As we have our first play and miss for the morning, Malusi just getting the ball to move off the slope there.
Okay, alright. $227 for 7 it is. Albany 27, Marais 47. That's Albany on strike.
The one thing I mentioned, I remember myself and you on comment yesterday, and we were speaking about Jesse Jank, Albany coming in. This is the most frustrating thing, is having a number 8, number 9 guy batting more than 50 plus balls. And he asked for gloves, I remember we spoke about that. So he's definitely in for a fight here.
Yeah, he's not your normal number 9, we saw that, but then the game has changed. You expect your number 9 to be able to add a 40 or a 50 on his day. Number 8s these days are expected to average 35. And number 7, you want him averaging 40. Guys like Adam Gilchrist change the game forever, batting at number 7.
Yeah, definitely a good plus for them. having Jesse J at number 8 there and fighting hard for the team here. Just chatting roughly to the captain yesterday. They were definitely looking if those two can stretch a game closer to 300. And but he wasn't saying that it should go all guns blazing. They're all happy just to take 10 runs at a time, small partnerships, which is probably a good target game for the guys in the middle to know that the end target is the X, Y, and Z, but they should cut it down into 10s.
Backwater at first slip, waiting for his opportunity. That's good. Good from both Van Vuuren and Marais.
We've seen yesterday how early Dane Pitt went to bowling himself. I know that the new ball's probably 8 overs old, so it's going to be interesting to see how long before we'll see the captain back into the attack. You've seen he's bowled doubled in what the next bowler has bowled to. So it's the frustrating thing for the Knights is here, knowing that they have to come out and bowl in the second innings again to either win this game or set it up for them. A lot of their frontline bowlers would have bowled 20 plus overs.
Now that's what we said about the 5-day format. You know, the longer the Storm stretches this innings, it's not just about the runs. Seth Friedenhuis there in picture, University of the Free State graduate, originally from the Western Cape is Seth Friedenhuis. He'll be up for the fight, whether he's got the ball in hand later or comes in at 6 or 7 in the order. Van Vuuren just bending his back there harmlessly over the top of Albany.
No, definitely Jesse's come out here, and I must give it to the two of them. They haven't looked trouble with the new ball. They've been in line, back their defences, and but at least the Knights didn't give them any boundary balls. There haven't been any boundary balls in the first 5 overs, which is a good thing. They have tested technique, but Eastern Storm has been in a better position.
Once again, neatly played.
Just looks like the cloud covers coming from our left over the ground here.
Absolutely no issues with that in the comm box.
Yeah, definitely. Probably what the Knights were hoping for, some cloud cover this morning and getting the ball to do a bit more of the wicket, but we haven't seen that. The wicket's been through. It's just a bit slow. It might just get slower, I think.
Solidly in behind is Albany. End of another Van Vuuren over. Dane Pitt, ball in hand there in picture. Captain with a brim. His mind will be working overtime right now. Where do I go? Who do I trust to pick me up a wicket here? One might bring 2. I only need 3 more. You sort of feel for the Knights in their minds that 250 becomes a magic number. They want to restrict the Eastern Storm to under that. We heard from Coach JP Trichard, their plan by inserting Eastern Storm was to bat once in this final. If they want to bat once here, they better get these last 3 wickets pretty sharply.
Yeah, I remember just you throwing out 250 there. I remember myself and you as well. We were saying that they were happy just to get to 200, and now 200's getting to that 250. So the longer these two are here and that partnership grows over by over, like I mentioned, Ernest Kim was happy to get to 300 yesterday after the day's play. We had a chat. But I think for now, they just want this two to back to the first drinks.
Mini targets, as you said earlier. Break the day down. Chance! Oh, he's safe. Clears Tiaan van Vuuren at a fine leg which is about 25 meters in from the rope. It landed in between Van Vuren and Marais as if he planned it. Maria rather.
Yeah, we spoke about this yesterday. I remember we seen Langa also in that similar position when Malusi was bowling. Just it feels like it's no man's land that he's in there, and we've seen that no man's land where the ball landed in space now. I think if Tian was 10 off the ropes there, it would have been an easy catch for him moving to his left there. But at the moment, I just feel Tian van Vuren is in no man's land. If you can look at Marais, if the screen goes that way, he's more like in a proper cricket position, and Tian van Vuren's in no man's land.
Solid. The Mangaung Oval over the years have seen its fair share of finals. In the domestic competition, one-day international matches are plenty as well. Australia has been here, India has been here, England has been here. It's been a happy hunting ground for South Africa when they have played here. Janneman Malan made his first ODI century against the Aussies, taking South Africa to victory.
Yeah, I remember when South Africa didn't qualify for the World Cup. I might be under correction, but I think it was we had to beat the Aussies. We played 2 games in Bloem and 1 in Kimberley, and Shooks was then interim coach. Just Rob was, I think, on his way to New Zealand that time, and he got South Africa to the World Cup by beating the Aussies here. I think Miller and Janssen chased in the last game here.
I want to find he's been for South Africa, Marco Janssen, 25-year-old beanpole.
Yeah, today the ICC 2020 World Cup kicks off. I watched just some of the games on my way. I've seen Pakistan's playing New Zealand, Pakistan's playing Netherlands. Yeah, that game kicked off. I'm sure there's more games going on later in India.
It was a fun part of the year when the T20 World Cup rolls around. Marais on 49, one shy of a personal milestone. That's where he wants to be operating. That's where he wants to be operating. Challenge both those edges. Malusi Sibotto. 230 for 7. We've had 95 overs. Just crawling along here is the Eastern Storm. That man, Jean Clute, who's going to be marking out the crease there, just having a look, thinking about his batting later on, pointing to some footmarks that's starting to develop. He'll be feeling it here because he knows Marais should have been back in the act yesterday afternoon, quite early on in his innings when he was on 12. Went for a big shot against this man, Tian van Vuren.
The fascinating thing there is, he's been the best batter in the competition this season, and he's gone there and he's pointed at footholds, and he knows that they have to bat last on this thing. So it's definitely in their mind that the wicket's gonna spin. Oh, what a great cricket shot there from Jesse. Albany hits it down the ground, and that's papers for you.
Wonderful attacking stroke by Jesse James Albany.
What a great
Play it in the V,
shot
they
there
said,
from Jesse
20 or 30 years
Albany
ago, but
hits it
there's
down the
always
ground.
always value down the
That's
ground.
papers for you. Yeah, we've seen here, if you beat the fielders at the Mangaung Oval, it's definitely 4. Outfield was really quick. Just watching the captain's hand signals there, there's a call for helmet and guys to get short leg stuff ready. So it's just a matter of time before we see the likes of himself brought back on. But I still think the guys are going to play him like conservatively. That trump card that you mentioned yesterday was, we want to see Seth bowl, we want to see the likes of Patrick, where the guys are not used to what they're going to give, and that might be the wicket where they find that wicket. So I know his experience, he's bowled really well, but the unexpected one is might pick up a stick for them.
And I think you're sort of getting to the time in this partnership where, yes, we always say what's good for the top order is good for the lower order, but then you get into situations like this. The partnership is 60, there's nothing in the wicket, nothing happening for your seamers now. you got to think outside the box. You got to make something happen.
Yeah, I think lots running through Dane and Malusi's head there because Jesse's hitting the ball nice and clean. He's made good contact. We've seen him yesterday. He played good pull shots. We've seen him he could drive down the ground now. So as you can see there, the Brain Trust is having a big meeting in between overs.
In a 4-day or 5-day matchup like this, there's two ways of going about searching for a wicket. The one is not going to work, and I'll ask your opinion on that now. Often you'll see when batters start getting on top, captain and brains trust get together, sweeper goes out, and you'll bowl 6th or 7th thumb, and you'll dry up the runs, and you'll make them leave, and you'll bore them out. Boring them out's not going to work here because they want to have you in the field for as long as they can, so they'll just let those go. Am I right?
100%. I think something that we mentioned about yesterday was that going from day 4 to day 5 and spending an extra day in the field mentally and physically on the body is really tough because, like we mentioned, not a lot of guys on the park has played 5-day, 4-day finals. So we've seen Dane play a couple of tests. I'm sure Malusi's played for the Lions and the Titans where he's been. But if you look around, the other guys has all played like 4-day cricket. And there was a chance, but Jesse James hits it nice and clean on drive there. Malusi's chasing it. That was a half a chance there from Tian van Vieren.
Then your next port of call or plan of action, but you probably missed that boat now with Van Vuren already bowling his 4th over or 3rd over of the morning, was short leg in, 2 men out, barrage of short balls. You know Albany's going to go after one, he's not going to duck all of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think if I was on the park now and I was captaining the team, I would definitely be looking to go to young Boasty bowling, especially I think as Marais drives, doesn't beat the field, but I think the tactic that you have in mind is good. Is the short ball tactic, bowl quick, maybe around the wicket, guys under the nostrils, and try and make it uncomfortable. Because I know he's hanged on. He fought hard for 35 runs, but if he was a really good batter, you'd find him in the top 6 there. So yeah, I don't think a lot of batters like the ball flying past their face.
Yeah, and I think it's like we say, it's because of the partnership that you start thinking out of the box. Yes, they did the right thing. They bowled the same way, the same lengths that got them 7 wickets, but now it's not working. Pitch might have slowed up, and it is flat. Day 2 often in a 5-day sort of setup is the best day for batting. So the Knights will also be desperate to get batting because they know that the pitch today might be as docile as it will be in the next 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we've seen, like, I'm not speaking of the previous fixtures because it was the same strip but it played very differently, but just like previous seasons playing in Bloemfontein, normally day 2 and day 3 is the best time to be in the middle and have a bat. So I think the most frustrating thing for the Knights is having to bowl this long at this too. And they want to get out there and back and probably boss the game.
Good effort there from Malusi Sibotto. Another idea, and I'm just putting it out there, is for Gian Kluter, there's a helmet behind him for Malusi Sibotto, get himself up to the stumps, just adding a bit of a different picture to the batter. Some batters just don't like it with the keeper right here in their neck.
Yeah, I think with the wicket being not on the, as you see, in a chip to mid wicket, and that's the end of a well played 35 from Jesse Albany, and that's a big wicket there for them.
What are we talking about? Let Malusi Sibotto do what Malusi Sibotto does, attack the stumps and chipped to Fleet Mouse at short mid wicket. Just proving We know absolutely nothing. Here upstairs,
As you see in a chip.
that
to
was
the
very
wicket, and
straight.
that's
They was
the end.
tracking towards middle and leg stump, and he sort of just played a little bit around it. But it is the second one that's just got a hint of standing up on this wicket. We saw that from Dane Pitt yesterday in the dismissal of Kem, where you said you thought he beat him in the flight as well. It was really well bowled, but that one definitely just stood up ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think we spoke about Grant Thompson's dismissal, and I think that was almost something similar. The ball just didn't do as much as it did for Thompson's dismissal, where this one just held its line, and that forced into the false shot there.
But a very good innings by Jesse James Albany comes to an end. 237 for 8. And Khan comes to the wicket. He's a very attacking player. He'll express himself. As you mentioned, in the shortest format of the game, he often comes up the order.
Yeah, I remember playing against Eastern Storm in the Momentum Health Cup just before the season started, and they actually used him as a number 3 pinch hitter, and he actually came and he does clear the ropes, so I expect him to play more in aggressive innings as he needs to find a way to get to that 250 mark that Eastern Storm has in target thus far.
And because he's played so circumspectly, we sort of forget about Devan Marais. He's one of the cleaner strikers in South African domestic cricket, the 21-year-old. He made his List A debut as far back as 2022, Devan Marais, while still at school. That's 4 years ago, so it was as a 17-year-old that he made his debut in a match between the SA under-19 side and the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, and I think he was in a team there, in the under-19 team with the likes of Luandre, with Brevis there, as Aman gets off the mark there with the outside edge. But just coming to Devan, he was in the same era where we had Brevis come through, Luandre, Simalani, and we just need him to kick on. They've all now played it. All the guys that we mentioned there before him, he's playing Div 1 cricket, has played for South Africa, and I'm sure he has the ability and the talent to play there. I've seen a chip to
Here's
the
the
wicket,
dismissal
and
once
that's the
more.
end.
Second catch of the innings for Seth Vleetemouse.
A wild ball. I think
Doesn't drop many. It's good. It's good from Sibotto. You can immediately see Khan loves to feel bat on ball. Faced 2 deliveries. That one was a good option to leave, should he have wished to do so.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to look to play his shots, especially with the field being in. He's definitely going to look to beat the inner ring and get, like, I think the clear plan, I think when he left the changing room, was to get the team to 250.
Ruben Maria there in picture. He'll be hoping to pile on the runs later on today with Isaac Dichale, Gian Klute, Pat Botha, Ruan Haasbroek. Raindrops. Not a lot of them, but there's definitely some rain in the area. For now, we're definitely safe here at the Mangaung Oval. Change of angle, Sibotto around the wicket. Now that slope will help. Slant the ball in at Aman Khan. Single of the last ball. Marais happy to take it, so he definitely has some faith in Khan.
Yeah, I think not to say that Tian wasn't bowling his best, but I just think with the left-hander coming in, it's an opportunity for the captain to bring himself on immediately and not let Aman settle.
We're going to have a change in commentary as John Alma will come take his seat to lead us through the next half an hour.
Thank you, Spit. Good to be back. having a listen, Sput, to your thoughts with Aubrey just now and what the plan needed to be for the Flexbrand Knights to get that breakthrough that they so desperately needed. And Malusi Sibotto is the man again to do so for the Flexbrand Knights.
Yeah, he's a wonderful servant. Wherever he goes, Malusi Sibotto, tireless. Can run in the whole day, as we saw yesterday. He's already bowled 22 overs. Van Vieren into his 22nd, so they've been the workhorses here, John. This is a good matchup for Van Vieren.
And you can see by his reaction, he's in the area he wants to be. He's heading calm forward. As we can see, there's been a change in the field. 2 slips in a gully. Naturally, that movement away from the left-hander here that Tian van Vieren does offer.
Yeah, he'll be helped by the slope as well, taking that ball away, hence the 2 slips and a gully.
Oh, and this one is cut, and it's cut hard over the cover region, and it will go for 4. Khan picks up his first boundary, and it's as we suspected that he will come out and he will be looking to play his shots.
Yeah, poor delivery from Van Vieren. Way too short, too much width as
This
well.
one is cut, and it's cut hard.
If his idea was to travel the batter with something to his throat, he missed his execution by miles. He's not looked as happy and as rhythmical as we've seen him, Tian van Vieren, throughout this innings.
Much better on this occasion from Tian van Vieren. And I agree with you, Sput. It's been a bit uncharacteristic, like his first spell on the first day. In his second spell, you see he was working hard. He wanted to show what he can do. And here on the second day, he's not found his groove just as of yet. But there's still a lot of cricket to play, a lot of time for redemption, if you can say it that way.
Yeah, they say, John, you can obviously only judge the wicket and the state of a cricket match after both sides have had their first innings. Aubrey Swanepoel, it's not often that a first-class captain brings the coffee. And yeah, so I'm very eagerly awaiting that innings of the Flexbrand Knights. Some support.
This time a bit fuller, he's finding his line. That concludes his over. Eastern Storm, 244 for the loss of 8. And one innings, one match split that has always been the reminder of exactly that statement you made. Will always be that test between South Africa and Australia, where South Africa were bowled out for 96 and we thought it was going to be a dismal match. And South Africa came back and bowled Australia out for 47 runs. And since that, from a young age, you got that feeling it's not over until both sides have been on the wicket with a bat.
Yeah, it's you can have your opinion on a pitch and on a state of the match during the first innings of a 5-day affair, but in all honesty, maybe after 50 or 55 overs of the Knights at the crease, you'll be able to say who has their noses in front. Currently, 244 for 8, 250 a big number for both these sides.
Marais, 1 run away from a half century, will be the first one of this innings in this match. It has been a hard fought innings thus far. 145 deliveries The time he came in, looked to play confidently, but a fall of wickets around him, he's changed his role and he's become the anchor point for the Eastern Storm's innings.
Yeah, he's searching for that elusive single. It's amazing in cricket as a sport and in the mind of a batter, the difference between 49 and 50. Not quite as much or quite as big as the difference between 99 and 100. But big nonetheless. He'll be very chuffed if he can pick up a 50 in the final.
And a game that's been evolving the last decade, much more towards the shorter formats, much more excitement going into that, where hitting the biggest boundaries, most elaborate shots has been more the focus point or what's been highlighted. To see a young man graft his innings and staying in there for 147 deliveries when his team needs it shows character. And he's going to take a quick single here, and he'll get through, and that will be Devon Marais' half century. It has been well fought. He's been there for 240 minutes, 112 dots and 3 fours.
3 boundaries in that 50. I'll tell you what, there was trouble if this hit immediately sets
He's going
off.
to take a quick single here.
I think
And
he would
he'll
have made
get
his ground
through.
positive in his running. 3 boundaries in that half century. 2 of them was his first 2 scoring shots. He was 8 not out of 3 or 4 deliveries, Devon Marais. And both of those boundaries came off the bowling of Ross Boast in the same over. Took a single off the last, so he was 9 of 9 deliveries. Here he has 50 of 148.
Now, always with batting, they talk about having the ability to change gears in an innings, and everyone always just thinks of going up in gears, not coming down in the gears. And this has been one of those examples of coming down on the gears and just protecting your wicket.
Yeah, he's definitely gone from 4th gear to idling between 1st and 2nd. He hasn't hit high refs as of yet.
It's the end of the 99th over. Eastern Storm find themselves at 245 for the loss of 8. And Smith, it reminds me again of an innings that I always think is one of the most brilliant ones I've watched. Was Faf du Plessis' debut for South Africa in the white in Australia, saving the test match and just standing his ground out there.
Yeah, different circumstances. That was a wonderful knock by Faf du Plessis. I think for Devon Marais, the circumstances are different as it's the first innings of the match. But yes, you can draw parallels. I think for him it's been a real battle this, because he at times hasn't been sure how to play it. And that'll only come with experience, because yes, they're keeping the Knights in the field for as long as they can, as Sitimbile Langa comes into the attack to replace Van Vuuren, Tiaan Van Vuuren rather. Just to get back to that, so how does he go about it from here on in? That's the question. He'll have instructions from his very experienced coach, Jeff Toyana. But is there a time for him where he goes and says, all right, I'll put my foot on the accelerator again?
Lovely stuff here from Langa, beginning of his new day. He had a superb opening spell yesterday, in 5 overs, only conceding the 5 runs. and getting the much needed breakthrough for the Flexbrand Knights. Been very impressive so far in this display.
He's also got the assistance of the slope. He likes to slant the ball in at the right-handers.
Another quick single. Have to run here. Oh, Dame Pitt at mid-off. Just by his reaction, you can tell it was mightily close.
Yeah, and he'll be disappointed that he missed there, Dan Pitt. He had all three of them to aim at. He's a good fielder, good thrower of a cricket ball. So he would have betted on himself there to have a hit aiming at all three poles.
Just talking about Devon Marais and strategy at this point, we've seen a couple of quick singles here this morning. That was a bit uncharacteristic, like looking at yesterday's the way approaching his innings.
Yeah, Khan. He's a big wicket here for the Knights. So I want to wrap things up. It's gone to 7.
Hits it firmly. Good stop at cover. Obviously Sibotto does the fielding. It's always the danger when a 9 or a 10, even an 11 comes in and they have the license to hit the ball and they've got nothing to lose and they're hitting it sweetly.
Bit of licorice, all sorts in that over. In this over rather, from Langa. Down the leg to the right hander, down the leg to the left hander. Couple of nice deliveries in between. He's gone for 38. He's got one ball left in his 15th over.
Oh, it was short. It's helped on its way. It's very fine. Leg's not going to cut it off. And that's 4 runs to conclude the 100th over in this final. As we have a look. Just came back short. Oh, it was short. It's helped on its way. It's very fine. Leg. Deviated enough from wicket keeper Gian Kluter. Picks up a boundary. 247 for 8. Excuse me, 251 for 8.
Yeah, they've passed the 250 mark as Captain Dan Pitt brings himself into the attack, and he'll fancy having a bowl at Aman Khan, the left-hander. Langa, in consultation there with umpire Shazi.
And we did discuss this morning. How long would it take for Dame Pitt to bring himself back into the attack? Answer is not too long at all. Skipper is coming into the attack from the Willows end. Change of pace. Ball 31 overs yesterday. Picked up 3 wickets. Conceded only 72 runs. And he would like to get these last 2 wickets for Fifer here in the first innings.
Run rate is 2.51 runs to the over. He's bowling up the slope here. There's Dan Pitt trying to turn it away from the left-hander. Going against that slope, as you can see on your screen, tilting from right to left. That's big.
It's slogged and it's gone all the way. And Aman Khan has got all of that. It's gone for maximum 257 on the board. And where does the skipper go from here? Split.
He gets out of the over, firstly, but he won't mind that. He's got a chance Yeah, that's good from Pitt. Bowls it slower. Challenges the Mangaung to go again.
He has put the man back there at deep mid wicket now.
If he strikes it cleanly, he's going to mean absolutely nothing where he's standing.
Oh, inside edge this time, and it's running away fine. Square leg will cut it off. They've come back for 2. And this is exactly what I spoke about Sibotto, is that at the end, all of a sudden he's added 16 valuable runs to that total. 259 on the board, 300 is not that far anymore.
Yeah, it's getting dangerously close for the Knights to the territory where their plan of batting once in this final is going to go out the window. Some nice turn there.
That's the end of Dane Pitt's first over of the day. 101 gone. Eastern Storm 259 now, with a loss of 8. And this partnership with a valuable 22 runs here on the second day of this 5-day match.
And what you have to bear in mind, there's going to be a stage here, if Marais does not lose his wicket, there's going to be a stage where he says, all right, I'm going to try and have some fun here and add a quick 30, 40, 50 runs. If that happens, the Eastern Storm will be in a very strong position after this first innings. We've seen it's early on day 2, Dane Pitt getting turned against the slope. So the ball will start turning more and more as this match progresses. What the Knights would not want is having to chase 150, 160, 170 in that 4th innings, because it'll become tough.
You've heard it from the analysis split. It's nice to always have a good breakdown of what's happening in the middle of the match. As we see a bowling change, the veteran Sibotto is coming back into the attack, this time from the Loch Logan end. And we see umpire call no ball again. We saw this yesterday happen twice with Sibotto coming from the Loch Logan end, just overstepping.
Now, a lot of bowlers just fancy one end more than the other. It's all about maybe running slightly downhill versus running slightly uphill. Just stretching those legs a bit too much in the run-up.
Oh, this is beautifully struck down the ground. It will have the legs. And it's another boundary. Marais, what a shot.
Top class. Top cricket shot.
Oh, this is beautifully struck.
On drive, played to perfection.
Down the ground. It will
Some
have
will
the
describe it
legs.
as on drive, some will say it's a
And it's
straight
another-
drive. But that was a top cricket shot. Perfectly balanced and poised. Watch out. Watch out if this young man really gets going and firing.
Also, what the newer ball offers is bat on ball. It bounces really nicely off the bat, get good contact. The Flexbrand Knights took the new ball late into day 1, 5 overs remaining, hoping to get a wicket to no avail.
He's itching. He's starting to itch, Marais. It's a misfield as well. Ross Boast. Captain Dane Pitt tidies up. Sibotto, hands on hips. Teapot, not happy. He's itching. He's starting to itch. Devon Marais. It's a misfield as well. One you'd expect Rossbos to handle. But Marais moves to 61. And he's definitely accelerated after reaching that mini milestone of 50.
Eastern Storm have definitely picked up the pace in the last couple of overs. Look to score more freely. They've passed that big psychological barrier of 250. 300 is clearly in sight now. This partnership with 29 runs. You can definitely see that slope in play. Split that you've been talking about this morning. Just see the ball coming from the Loch Logan end, just angling into the right-hander. Off an appeal. Tried another bumper, but that will be the end of the over. It's 102 overs gone, 266 runs on the board, loss of 8 wickets.
There's a few supporters in here. Early morning. Lovely Saturday in the city of Roses, Bloemfontein. Mangaung Oval playing host to CSA Division 2 4-day final. Final, of course, being played over 5 days. Aman Khan and Dan Pitt resumes their battle. He'll be targeting that short leg side boundary if he attacks Aman Khan.
Another quick single. Running well so far this morning.
Here comes the battle, John Harmer. Here comes the battle for supremacy. Dan Pitt, all the experience in the world, 37 test match wickets as an off spinner, bowling at the 21-year-old Devon Marais.
We see the field being put out again. Beating the outside edge. Be interesting to see how Devon Marais plays Dane Pitt this morning, having gotten to that 50 and having a bit more freedom as we've seen in the last couple of overs. Very tentative yesterday. Strikes this firmly down to long off.
A fly on the wall in both change rooms right now will be a good place to be trying to assess here who's ahead of the 8 ball and who's suffering just a little. I've got a feeling the Eastern Storm camp might be the happier of the two right now. They were put into bat, remember?
This one going again for the slog shot down to deep mid wicket, not getting all of it. Umpire signals leg bias. End of the over, 103 gone, 269 on the board. But you made a very good conversation yesterday about who's really in front and who's got the momentum, and that those two things aren't always parallel. We know that yesterday evening you felt that the Eastern Storm, having just been able to stay in, kept the momentum. They hadn't lost those 3 wickets, which the Knights at some point thought they were going to fall over quickly, had 173 for 7. And this morning they've come in, they've taken initiative, and you can feel like they've retaken that momentum into their grasp.
Shot.
What a shot there. It doesn't look as if it's going to get to the rope. In fact, it doesn't, just fell short, but they're running hard.
They've run four. Doesn't matter how it comes, all running or it goes over the rope, but a shot of real intent by Arman Khan. Just getting back to the momentum, they've added 100. They were 173 for 7 by losing just 1 wicket. They don't just have the momentum right now, they're ahead. I'd say they're officially ahead. They're batting first in the game. They're 273 for 8. If they add another 20 or 30 here, they're definitely ahead with all the momentum as well. No, gone.
Brilliantly bowled by the veteran again. He does get his man. This one with the slope moving away from the left-hander, back of a length, and it just entices him enough to play the shot, gets his faintest of edges, and this time Jiang Klutter does not let it go down, and that is the well-needed wicket. If we look here on the replay,
No, gone.
Brilliantly bowled by the veteran again. That
All
is
the
the
momentum
end
as
of
well.
Arman Khan. He's played a well for 20 runs.
No,
21
gone.
runs. Brilliantly bowled by the 73 for 9.
As the players take the drinks break, it's the Knights who just reminded me, don't say we're behind. Don't say we're behind. I'm sorry. You guys reminded me. 273 for the loss of 9. It's a drinks break. And this is, interestingly enough, is there a couple of balls left in the over, or was that the final ball? No, there's still a few balls left. This is one of the rules that might change in the near future. Drinks breaks and last overs of the day and lunch overs. When a wicket falls, the over will still be completed. They're looking at a slight rule adaptation in the modern day game of cricket with all the advertisers and everybody involved. But for now, with the wicket falling just before 11 and the over leading up to drinks, it is the drinks break. It's time for me to take a breather as the boss, Aubrey Swanepoel, returns to commentary.
Welcome back, Aubrey.
Yeah, it's good. I think the interesting half an hour there was Arman Khan getting that 36 run partnership between Divan and Arman Khan there. They've pushed the target on to the Eastern Storm to 273 there. Fought hard this morning, adding nearly 50 runs, 60 runs to what they had overnight.
And it's exactly what we mentioned in the beginning of this second day, is that when Arman Khan came in and we saw he was actually hitting the ball cleanly and it was coming off the middle of the bat, the danger that it looms for the Flexbrand Knights. And I can't help but feel he's gone back to the dugout and he's done his job. He's added 20 runs, valuable runs here at the end of their innings, and it's just hurt the Flexbrand Knights, and he's done it quickly. Struck beautifully, he caught a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, the one thing I must say, the Knights mustn't think that they've got all 10 wickets. We've seen that Similani has got runs this season. I've seen him
gone.
just getting that one.
Brilliantly bowled by the veteran again.
All the
But
momentum as well.
Similani getting like 20s, 30s, even
gone.
50s. So he's not
Brilliantly bowled by the veteran again.
Make sure that they get all 10 wickets before they take their mind off the paddle there.
gets out of the way this one, Similani. And now we spoke about what is the thought process for Diva Marais. There's 1 wicket remaining in this innings. I think he's going to have some fun at this point. He's going to try, stay on strike, and play his shots.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't be reckless. He probably has seen Similani bat this season, so I think he must just allow, maybe milk the strike for about 1 or 2 overs, and we've seen he go over the top there. We've seen just the rain overnight. The outfield's not as quick as it was yesterday. That one plugging there in the outfield. But you see, that's the type of cricket he's going to play. That frustrating cricket. He does hit the ball. He does make good contact with the ball, as we've seen. But I just think Diva Marais mustn't lose his composure as he's been playing. Faced over 160 balls already. So I still think he must just trust and believe in Similani.
This time going over cover, mid-off will recover it. They've still come back for 2. And that's 4 runs and 2 balls here. Similani has shown his intent. He's not going to hang around. He's going the aerial route if he needs to.
Yeah, he needs to play clever here. He knows there's 1 ball left in the over. He sees his teams on 277. He should know how important it is to get the 23 runs to get them to 300. I'm sure the 300 mark was in the changing room topics this morning.
It's a big psychological number, 300, as we see Marais Sibotto coming around the wicket now for the final delivery.
Yeah, the one thing we must also remember is that the Eastern Storm got put into bat.
Oh, and he cleans him up, Marais Sibotto. Removes leg stump. He says, I've had enough of this. He takes 2 wickets in that over. And that does conclude the Eastern Storm's innings.
Yeah, the one thing we must also remember is that the Eastern Storm got put into bat.
Came down, so he cleans him up, Marais Sibotto. Missing out. Final delivery. Just the angle that it brings coming around the wicket for the right-hander. He gets that final wicket. And that's the conclusion of the first innings in this final 5-day match. The Eastern Storm were put into bat by the Flexbrand Knights. It was a well-fought battle yesterday, and they've come out this morning. They've added another, what would you say, almost more 50 runs to their total. They've got over the 250 mark, 277 posted on the board. You feel is very respected, but we won't know until both sides have batted. So after the break, it will be the Flexbrand Knights who have their first innings with a bat, and we will see you shortly. Welcome back here to the Mangaung Oval in the City of Roses, Bloemfontein, for this CSA Division 2 4-day series match. It's the final, it's a 5-day match. We just had the conclusion of Eastern Storm's first innings. They were sent into bat, they put on 277 in 103 overs. And the man who stood out for them, Marais, unbeaten on 62, was there for 161 deliveries. The young man, only 21, did an exceptional job yesterday seeing out the day. And they came out this morning and they quickly had a quick score. And they did exceptionally well. Now it is time for what we've been talking about as the Flexbrand Knights to have their innings as the men come out to the middle. I'm joined in commentary by Aubrey Swanepoel, a very well experienced cricketer himself, and it's awesome to have his type of talent here. Aubrey, your thoughts on where we're positioned at the moment in this final?
Yeah, I think, thanks John, I think it's going to be interesting that the Knights apply themselves and look to bat well here. It's a difficult period, always that period just before lunch. It's about 45 minutes to lunch. It's going to be quite interesting. Like we mentioned, there is a bit of cloud cover, and Rasameni's bowled well. He's picked up sticks for them this season. He just comes off previous game. He got a fifer, so his energy is high there. I think with Divan's innings getting them to 277 there, I think there will be a quite vocal team in the middle, but it's going to be interesting to see how Isaac and Gian goes out in the middle. They have Gian's experience there. He's been the leading run scorer in the competition this season.
First delivery.
Andrew Rasimeni starts first delivery. Not the ideal start there, no ball. That's not how you want to start in pursuit of 10 wickets. I think it's going to be, you don't want to have the same cliche of what the Knights had in their first gig at the new batters.
So the man on strike, Isaac Dikale, he was under the helmet most of that first innings, up close. Oh, right off, hits his mark. It beats the slip cordon. They'll come back for 2. And we just saw it in that first session with the Flexbrand Knights, Marais, Sibotto, and how the bowlers were actually able to move the ball this morning. Think of Lunga using that slope, angling into the right-hander, moving away from the left-hander. A lot more alive in this pitch than the start of the first day.
Yeah, I just think as we've seen Andrew Rasimeni getting the outside edge here of Isaac Dikale. So it's I think there was a bit of raindrop, so there might be something in for the bowlers just getting Andrew going for the Yorker there. It's always an underrated ball, but well kept out there from Isaac.
Exceptional Yorker here, third delivery of this innings. And a lot of pressure applied immediately here from the Eastern Storm. And as you said, the man on the non-strike is Gian Kluter, top run scorer in this competition thus far.
Yeah, there's definitely something in there for the new guy, but the ball, Andrews is getting it to kiss off the deck there, and you can see the carry slips are not as close as the Knights guys was, so there is definitely something more in the wicket than what the Knights has gotten out in day one.
Now it's going to make an interesting set of play, because that one just left the right-hander, where we saw traditionally now with the slip it's coming into the right-hander. That one just moved away.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here for the Eastern Storm is not for the Knights to have a lead and just to, he goes full again there, over pitch there, full toss there, missing his lane. But the thing is, they need to stay at the stumps, because we've seen the Knights got the rewards yesterday when they stayed on the stumps. They didn't leave the stumps, and they invested for long periods.
Oh, half an appeal. Close to that outside edge of Dala. And it's really moving around there. It's beautiful bowling here from Andrew Asime.
Yeah, Rasamani getting the ball just to move late there. As we watch again there, just leaving the right-hander.
Now as a bowler, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, I think in the mind of Isaac there, with the slope, he thinks the ball's just going to hold its line there, and that one's actually getting to move it. And normally they say, if you can see the ball move off the camera, that means...
driven hard this time, behind backward point, and this one won't be stopped, and that's a boundary for Dala.
The first boundary for the Flexbrand Knights, as they move on to 7 without loss in the first over. It's almost identical starts there. I remember the camera. That means
driven hard this time, behind backward point,
they will,
and this one won't be stopped.
Over.
It's similar but also not, because we've seen a lot of movement in the pitch up front, and Rasimene has been able to extract a lot, and he's been able to move the ball in the opposite direction as to most people coming down with the slope. Just one thing I want to touch with you, Aubrey. We had a look at the weather forecast just in the break, and we see there's a lot of rain forecasted for Monday, especially. There's a bit of rain forecasted already for tomorrow at 40%, but Monday it does look as if unfortunately the day might be rained out and stuff. Just how does that affect the planning and strategy when the teams and the dugouts know, listen, there is imminent rain on its way?
Yeah, definitely. I think in the changing room, everybody watches the weather and stuff. I think the clear picture that will be presented from the team being in lead game come day 4, which will be then, they'll probably make sure that they control what they can, like control the wick, pitching outside leg there. So the thing that when weather comes around and weather's a factor, is to make sure when you get opportunity to get on the park to be in control and not find your feet, find you wandering in space, and then the game has gone past you already.
So Jiang Klutter's first delivery into the pads. Aman Khan into the attack here from the Willers end.
They'll probably watch it, make sure that they control what they can with their hand there, control the wick, pitching outside leg
A bit
there.
of movement off the wick from the bowlers at this moment. Fuller again this time. It beats the keeper. Fine legs coming around to cut it off. They come back for 2. And the umpire does signal leg byes. So Aman Khan, he's coming in with a bit of fire here. He's had a good innings with a bat. Got a quick 20 runs for his team, as you see a couple of people coming in for a beautiful day of cricket here at the Mangaung Oval in the City of Roses. It's free entry here. Come watch the festival. It's an incredible day out.
Yeah, we've seen that first 2 there. Definitely some swing as Gian tucks that one just behind square, and the chase is on. And that's the first boundary for Gian Kluter.
First boundary for Jiang Klutter as Aman Khan still looking for his line. With the ball coming back into the left-hander.
Yeah, we've
It's
seen
just
that first 2
stretching too
there.
much.
Definitely
And
some
that one
swing
was well down
as
leg.
Gian tucks
With
that
the
one just
support in
behind
place,
square.
he
And
wants
the
to
chase.
take it across the left-hander, maybe straightening it a bit, but still looking for that line. And that takes the score for the Flexbrand Knights now to 13 here in the second over.
Yeah, as we see a change in angle from Aman Khan coming around the wicket here to the left-hander.
Oh, big appeal. Oh,
That looked really close there.
yes, and just can feel that coming around the wicket, swinging the ball into the left hand. It might have just done too much, and we do put our trust in
Around
these
the wicket,
umpires.
yes, the
We have a look
left-hander.
again at it.
Might be just hitting him outside.
Oh, big appeal.
Going too much, I think. Maybe hitting him on middle stump, going with an angle. Yeah, this is a better angle for the left-hander with the amount of movement he's getting out of the ball there.
Well played on this occasion from Gian Kluter. I think that's the first time he gets really bad on ball. But it's going to make interesting play. So looking at the first innings, very resonant of that. Quick scoring off the first 2 overs. But there's a lot of danger at the moment with the wicket. And you do feel if they do start hitting their lines and lengths as Sibotto, and then they got into their rhythm, they were hitting the areas, it might just make it very nifty out there.
We've seen that Andrew, Rasimeni and Aman Khan, they are getting the ball to move as our one starts just to straight, and the chase is on again. And Simalani cuts off the boundary there. 2 more runs. Doesn't look good there for Gian, hopping along there for the second one.
Yeah, another leg signaled leg buys by the umpire, and that concludes the second over. 15 runs on the board. Aman Khan came in with 5, but has not found his line length yet in that over. But signs of danger with the ball moving around.
Yeah, definitely more swing than what we've seen from the Knights, but it just does look difficult for Rasimeni and Aman Khan to control the swing that they're getting out there.
So Rasimeni to continue his second over from Loch Logan end. He's got 2 slips in place, a gully. He's got a fine leg, very squarish fine leg.
We spoke about the difficult period now, getting to lunch, surviving, how important is that the 2 of them survive for lunch and get through this tricky phase. But one thing that Eastern Storm, they mustn't go force for Wicket, they must just control the run rate. We've seen when the Knights control the run rate at 2.5s for like majority of the day yesterday. They got reward in patches. So once you control the run rate, I think you can control the game also, and the flows of how the scoring rates will gradually increase during the day or decrease as the longer the game goes, the older the ball gets.
Yeah, as we see, Sneyman has also joined us 3rd slip there. So 3 slips in a gully.
Yeah, just a hold up in play. I think Simalani might have injured himself there, just preventing that boundary in the last ball of Aman Khan's over. He wanders off there. For Eastern Storm's sake, they hope that he stays on the park and he's been able to bowl later, because we see now the spin of Dane Pitt yesterday picking up 3 wickets for his team. So I think they want to get Simalani back on the park, because I'm sure they want to see him bowl later.
Again, drifting onto the pads. As this goes to the vacant square leg region, it's again signaled leg buys.
Yeah, this is the first time we're going to see Rasimeni to the left hand of Gian Kluter. It's going to be, we've seen him getting the ball just to leave the right-hander. It's going to be interesting to see if he gets the ball to leave the left-hander as well, because we haven't seen him bowl really an in-swinger, proper in-swinger to the right-hander.
Tell you what, with him, if he's able to move the ball both ways, it's going to be very difficult here for Gian Klutu, who's still trying to settle there in the crease. He hasn't found that first over from Aman Khan easiest. It was a bit all over the place. Happy to let that one go.
Yeah, it's definitely the same tactic like that we've seen from Malusi, just getting the ball on probably off stump for fifth stump and letting it go with the slope there across the left-hander. We've seen Malusi them do that majority, with Langa them doing it majority of the day yesterday. So I think Rasameni will be doing something similar, and if he gets it to come up the slope, it's probably what he's looking to do to Gianni.
On this occasion, driven hard. It was a fuller delivery. Goes to extra cover.
Yeah, confidence high there from Gian, getting 90 plus in his last game against the Rhinos, in the chase of 137 in his last game. So he scored bulk of the runs in the second innings, winning by 9 wickets. So he does come from rich form, getting runs there in the last game. It's always nice having runs in the bank there, and he scored over 500 in this competition thus far.
As we see, square leg being put back onto the boundary, or should I say 20 meters from the boundary here at the Mangaung Oval.
He's definitely looking to hit the ball down the ground there, and that's 2 great cricket shots there. Unlucky not beating the fielder, but it's making sure that your fielders are in the right position. But still very attacking fields here from Rasameni and Kim, having 3 slips and the gully with a vacant cover. We haven't seen Andrew get the ball to move as much as he got it to move to the right-hander, but the 3 slips is still in the bank for him.
This time it's driven, and it's driven on through the cover region, and you'll get all of it. It's 4 runs.
Yeah.
Also concludes the 3rd over here. Brilliant shot by Gian Kluter, the man in form. Having a look at that again. Over pitched, and he got all of it. This time it's driven, and it's driven on through the cover.
To the season, wouldn't be missing out on that one. Hitting it nice and late under his eyes. We've seen the previous 2 before that, just couldn't beat the fielder, but that one was definitely overpitched, and always lovely to see a cover drive from a left-hander.
I was about to say, Rasamenia wouldn't have minded Gian Kluter being on the drive, having 3 slips and a gully in place, because he knows if he can get it in that right channel at the right length, and he just gets it to move a bit, just a bit more than anticipate, he can look at that edge, very similar to what Malusi Sibotto did just earlier this morning.
I think this is what Aman's looking to do, to bowl majority to the right-handers. As we've seen, he gets it to shape away from the right-handers. Previous first over, he's just started too straight for the left-hander, and the left-hander kept tucking him just behind square 4, and then 2 there. So he's probably wanting to bowl to the right-hander as we've seen him come up.
This one just staying straight on this occasion, Aubrey. I tell you what, we've got some really good cricket on display at the moment. It's very good textbook stuff. The ball moving away, moving in. We've got all the elements at the moment. And the bowlers, the seam bowlers, can have their pick.
Yeah, I must say, from what I've seen over the last couple of games from the Flexbrand Knights, they play a very attacking game, so their boundary counts are quite high, and they do have a long batting order. So they do want to bat deep into the team. We've seen in their last game, they found themselves just under pressure against the Rhinos, and then they found like guys like Ross Bose getting 82 runs, and Lucy Sibotto still getting runs in the back end for him. And then they got themselves the 80, 90 run leads, and that was what set the game up for them. So they do bat very deep, but their boundary counts is also very high.
One thing that we were discussing yesterday was the start of the Flexbrand Knights' bowling attack. You know, they elected to bowl first, and you get the sense that, okay, we've got a plan, we're going to take some early wickets and we're going to put the pressure on you, and that was not the case yesterday. Unfortunately, they did start with some indifferent bowling, and it must be said, these first 3 overs, the ball is moving around, but unfortunately they've not been able to capitalize on that just yet with the line and length they have been bowling so far.
Yeah, one thing that Eastern Storm shouldn't fall into that same trap that the Flexbrand Knights was like overthink. They just want to hit the areas, make sure that the batter hits them down the ground and not too much square. Because we saw in the partnership between Ernest Kemp and Yuri Snyman there, most of the boundaries were square. So it's going to be important that the opening bowlers here from Eastern Storm bowl a bit fuller and inviting them to hit them down the ground and not square of the wicket. So one thing about like when you I understand that probably Bloemfontein is not ideal wicket, but when you come from the high veld where majority of the Eastern Storm guys play, that length that he hits there is a pretty Joburg length. You can leave on length. I think on this wicket you just want to bowl maybe a foot 2 or 2 foot fuller than that and invite the drive, inviting them to hit the ball down the ground. We've seen when it's back of a length how easy it is to apply yourself at the crease.
And this one is left alone by Isaac de Dala, and that concludes the over. The 4th over, the Flexbrand Knights find themselves 20 for the loss of none, and I'll be taking a deserved break, and you will be joined in commentary with Split.
Yeah, it's a fascinating start here, Sput. I think just something similar to the Knights' start. So what I wanted to say is that they started again with bowling like 2 sides of the wicket, and we spoke about how difficult it is for a captain to set the field if you bowl both sides of the wicket. We've seen boundaries leg side here for Gian and offside for Isaac. So the one thing that Eastern Storm mustn't look to overthink as a couple of more drops fall at the Mangaung Oval.
Rasamini. Nice short one there to Gian Klutu, gets under it easily enough. Yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of the opening bowlers of the night start here by the Eastern Storm. 5 runs to the over, a lot of extras as well, leg bars, 4 of them. I think you make a very valid point, Aubrey Swanepoel. It's just that slope on the wicket as well invites you to bowl fuller, get them driving. You've got the 2 slips in a gully. See, that's too short on this wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen how easy it is when the ball's not pitched up, and we've seen yesterday Malusi got a couple of shouts there with the ball really full there. So it's important that Ernest speaks to his frontline bowlers there and they ask them to bowl that length, that you want to bowl fuller on this wicket and invite the batters to hit down the ground. Gian will definitely look to counter punch here, as you see in the previous over when Andrew went full outside off. He was freeing his hands there, but that allows the slip cording to come into play.
Just like that. Unfortunate for Asamene, off the outside edge of the bat of Gian Klute. It's been in a rich vein of form as Klute. And when you're in form, things go your way.
Yeah, I think we can see by both of them they played really well there in the season. Isaac, but that allows the slip cording. Gian's been the guy with the rich form. He's over 500 runs, and luck tends to go your way.
Just like that.
When you're doing well.
Unfortunate for Asamene.
You understand what I say by Smith? We want to see the bowlers just bowling a little bit fuller and inviting that drive, and that's when you create chances.
100% in agreement with you, Aubrey. Gian Klute, he's a man that you've played plenty of cricket with growing up, getting another man of the Northern Cape, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we've been playing years together. He came to Bloem and then he made the move to the Titans and then to the Warriors, and he's back home here, made Bloemfontein his home. He's been home for three years now, and he's done really well this season for the team. He's become a proper banker there for the team. Opening, it's not easier, I think, for a keeper. You keep over 100 overs, and then you come out and face the first ball. And this season he's done well.
He's a vastly experienced player with 147 first-class games. Average of 33, but it has to be taken into account that he spent plenty of years in different teams, batting at 6 and 7. You know, it's in Bloemfontein that he's found himself really cementing a spot as an opener. So that average of 33 belies the talent and belies the ability of Gian Klute.
Yeah, I think like just when you're in your day as a coach now, you probably, if you go to 3-day or 4-day cricket, you probably want your keeper to bat like 4 or 5, and if he keeps up whole day. So for him to, at his age that he is now, and wanting that role as keeping all day and still opening the batting, he's showing good maturity and wanting to take lead from the front.
Jesse James Albany and Gian Klute having a nice cozy close-up conversation. Maybe he's asking Gian Klute about the gear. We saw him batting with a different bat and pads and gloves, and maybe he's asking about the sponsorship.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult just to get sponsorship nowadays. The amount of cricketers South Africa is producing, it's not enough for the brands around it. So it's quite difficult to get a sponsor. So if you have one, you're quite lucky, and I think especially bowlers, one or two of them are lucky to get sponsors, but I think for the rest of the bowling, they might find here and there in the teammates. 25
without lost the Knights after 5 overs. It's been a decent morning for them. The deficit still 251 at 270 odd for 8. They were almost staring down the barrel of a late surge of Marais or Aman Khan, but the last 2 wickets falling cheaply. Music to the ears of JP Trichard and Ruan Derksen and the coaching staff of the Flexbrand's Knights. She's straight once again from Aman Khan. Dikhali is a little bit of a candidate for the LBW decision. See that left leg of him just slightly planted at point of delivery, and that's something that he'll be mindful of. He'll know about it and work at it. Yeah, you can see the guard is also on off stump. So I think LBW, I think he has been out this season a couple of times. LBW, so it's definitely in his mind of the ball coming back. But we've seen Aman Khan just get the ball to leave the right hand, and first ball started there with the one coming back at Isaac. So he's definitely looking to go up the slope here. And I want you to get a bit technical on us here, Aubrey Swanepoel. Yes, the slope brings the ball back at you from where Aman Khan is bowling. But we see Dikhali batting on off stump his idea in his mind will perhaps be to get himself outside the line, won't it?
So it must be the doubt that of the LBW that's moved him onto off stump and feels like he has a better chance of hitting the ball down the ground and doesn't want to get out LBW because or get bowled and stuff. So he's covering that line and he knows where off stump is. But it does take a good art if you know leaving the ball on off stump, because it's not easy if you don't know where your stumps is. But one thing that he does well, he doesn't have a trigger, so his head is nice and still. So that we spoke about this yesterday about triggers and outies, but Isaac's nice and still at point of release.
There's another thing that I'm very passionate about, and I know a lot of coaches and a lot of players don't necessarily share that passion, and I'll tell you about it after this delivery. For me, it's all about the positioning of the eyes, and I'll tell you why it's about the positioning of an eye. All cricket players playing at this level of the game, or 99% of them, have got two eyes, but one is stronger than the other. And with what ball am I picking up the line, with what eye am I picking up the line first? I'll tell you why that's important for me with head positioning, because that determines a lot of batters' guards, if they know which eye is the stronger one. And a lot of young players don't know, because if my right eye is strong, I want that on off stump. If my left eye is strong, I want that on off stump. And that'll, in a lot of cases, determine the guard. Fantastic delivery. Later gaan, the umpire just shakes his head. A little nod of approval from the Khali to Aman Khan. So just getting back to that point, and we're getting demonstrative here in the commentary box. So if I bat on middle stump, more or less, my right eye is going to be over off stump. And if I bat on off stump, it will be my left eye. So you'll see my left eye is strong. I want that on off stump.
Don't know that. So if
And
you
that'll,
look
in
at
a lot
Isaac
of
Khali,
cases,
the guard he's
determine
taken. He's
the guard.
left
Fantastic
eye more or
delivery
less.
on middle and off stump right now. So anything outside his right eye, he can comfortably leave.
Yeah.
And it's a good tactic by him.
I don't know if you remember the time when Ben Compton played for England and he had that open stance. They always said that his left eye was his weaker eye, and that's why he was that much open, because he had to use his right eye to focus and to know where the ball was released from.
And the reason why I raise this point, we've got wonderful eye programs that Dr. Cheryl Calder and the likes have developed for rugby, cricket specifics. And I see a lot more schools these days using those systems and really working on sportsmen and women's eyes and understanding which is my strong eye, which is my weaker eye, and how can I adapt my technique accordingly. And I do think it's something that a lot of young players might be neglecting in really searching for those answers as a young man, developing your game around that, your strengths and not your weaknesses. Every batter, Aubrey, every sportsman, every sportswoman will have weaknesses, but it's about using your strengths to your advantage.
Yeah, we've seen it in this game about our reaction time and how much the quicker the ball comes, your reaction time should be less. And it's just the programs that they're using for eye development nowadays are unbelievable, just to improve the guys' reaction times. And it's actually, if you're a cricketer and you know which is your dominant eye, it actually does help you 9 out of 10 times when you're in a tough situation.
And another person on a cricket field which is very important to know is the wicket keeper, because it can also depend so much on his positioning, where he takes up position. You'll see some keepers like to start wider than others, especially to left-handed batters, and some keepers are in a lot closer to that off stump.
Yeah, interesting tactic here from Rasaneni as he comes around for the second ball in this over. First one was a no. He goes short again there. The good thing of the 100 and plus overs the Knights bowl, Gian saw every ball from behind. So he probably knows exactly what the wicket's doing, because he was there for all 100 and plus overs there. And the guy batting with him was under the helmet for like most of the day yesterday. So he was there with him, and they probably know that the threat was once the seamers got done with spin. So they probably know the difficult period getting to lunch now, this 10 overs or 8 over spell. So getting to lunch is the most important thing on their mind now.
It's well stopped and is followed through by Andrew Rasamene. He's a bustling cricketer, full of energy. See a smile on his face a lot of the time, wonderful to see. Got to enjoy the game if you're going to be playing it for 5 days in a row.
You got to have, I think if you're a prime fast bowler, you got to have that aggression in you as well. You don't want to be that gentle seamer and friendly seamer. We've seen like the likes of General Kutsia when he gets pumped up, he's very in your face type of bowler, and you want to just have that aggression when you're playing at this level.
Well, they're a different breed, these fast bowlers. You mentioned Gerald Kutsia. Somebody like Marco Jansen is so placid, but when he gets into it, he really gets into it. You can see the smoke in the ears.
And you want to just have that aggression when you're playing at this level.
One of the first guys to really go toe to toe with the Indians as a youngster, stand his ground, give them as much as they could handle. He's got the most wonderful record against India, Marco Jansen.
Yeah.
Plays for the IPL, doesn't he?
They're like teammates already. All those Indian guys and South African guys, we play India that much that we know each other already. I think for Gian and Isaac, it's going to be a difficult because the cloud covers clouds have got dark over the stadium and 10 minutes to lunch, so it's got to be a 10 minutes of survival here and probably not looking to score too much, and you don't want to go in with 35 for 1, you'd rather take 29 or 30 for no loss.
Rasamene into Cluton 13. Just 2 straight once again. Meat and drink for Jean Clute, who works the single out to square leg. Chris Brits does the fielding. Solid enough start for the Knights. They're 28 without loss, 1 ball left in the 7th over. For them, and the idea of batting once in this game, they'll have to bat the rest of today and the bulk of tomorrow. If they can bat day 2 and 3, they can really set themselves up here.
100% bat. Like, I think their goal is to bat 6 sessions, which is probably 2 today and maybe 3 tomorrow. Should put them in a commanding position, but they also gotta make sure that they have guys that gets in and bats deep. That's one thing that wasn't great from the Eastern Storm guys. They got guys to get to 30, get to 100 balls faced, and then the soft wicket would occur. So once guys are in for the night, they want to bat long and not just give soft wickets.
It was a nice little 2 to finish off the over for Isaac Dikhale. He's moved on to 9. Clute is on 14 at 30 without loss after 7 overs. Probably another couple before lunch, which will be at 12 o'clock. They've been good this season, both Dikhale and Clute. Gotten the Knights off to solid starts in most of their 4-day campaign.
Yeah, we see Aman Khan changing angle again, yeah. Going around the wicket to Gian. When he came around the wicket in his 2nd over, he had that big LBW appeal there that both of us here felt one was either doing too much or other one was outside the line. But we felt for Gian coming around the wicket was more of a threat here from Aman Khan.
Yeah, he'll be able to use the slope, slant it into those pads, and if he can get one to straighten the other way, that'll be very dangerous for the left-hander. Both openers have faced 23 deliveries. Right-handed, left-handed combination at the crease, always disconcerting for a bowler with a new ball in hand. 2 straight. Worked off the pads for a single. Tidied up by Marais.
Yeah, but I think just difficult for the bowler to settle his length there, bowling to right-hander and left-hander. You want to be bowling to the same guy for longer periods, and Gian and Isaac have just rotated strike very comfortably and hasn't put too much pressure on them. We've seen Aman Khan in the previous over getting a ball just to leave Isaac there, and that's the length he should be looking to bowl. A bit fuller and the ball just holding its line, looking to bring his slipcord into play. Good line from Aman Khan. I'd like to see it a foot fuller still. Dragging Dala forward. He's happy to play that one from the crease in behind it nicely. I'm sure if Ernest spoke to his fast bowlers, he wouldn't be upset if they get beaten mid-off and mid-on. That means that they're really looking to overpitch and to find that good length. But at the moment, they're just maybe, like you mentioned, a foot too short.
Harmlessly watches that one pass him by. Does Isaac Dala. 5 minutes left in the first session of day 2 of the 5-day final in the CSA 4-day series for Division 2 teams. How's that for a mouthful?
Yeah, I think both teams fought really hard in the group stage to get to the final. They were the 2 better teams, and that's why they in the well-deserved final.
Solid.
Yeah,
by both batter and bowler.
That's the areas I think that Aman Khan and Rasimene should be looking to achieve more. And you rather want to, I feel, just with the new ball, rather want to over pitch than pitch it on the back foot. And we've seen how easy it is for both batters to play off the back foot. And like yesterday, all day, most of the Knights guys went fuller, and it tested the Eastern Storm guys' technique.
Maybe just staying down ever so slightly. That one from Aman Khan. He's been right on the money. He's conceded only 5 runs. He's got 1 ball left in his 4th over. The runs have been scored from Andrew Rasimene, man with a bustling action, bowling from the Loch Logan end. But here from the Willows or Atwiraklan end, it's been very tidy from Aman Khan.
4 minutes to go, yes, put to lunch. How far do you think before the guy that's taken the...
Dropped. Sharp chance, but it was a chance indeed. Just the single with Rasimene tidying up, but it was would have been a blinder had Khan hung on to it, but it was a chance nonetheless.
Something happens there when they went on the fuller length.
4 minutes to go, yes.
Just to lunch. As Aman Khan, do you think goes really full? Sticks out the right hand. Those either sit
dropped
or it's another chance gone down there. Nearly ricocheted onto the stumps.
Captain Ernest Kim is going to have a trundle in probably the final over before the lunch. The leading wicket taker in the series. What a wonderful servant of the South African first class system he's been. Vastly experienced, such a relaxed character. A real student of the game as well. Always so enlightening and interesting to have a chat with him about his ideas.
Yeah, I think if you're a coach and you're looking for a 4-in-1 cricketer, Ernest is that type of cricketer, 4-in-1 cricketer. He bats, he bowls, he's great behind in the slip cordon, and like you mentioned, he's a good leader. He's always thinking about how can he improve, how does he improve his game, and how he developed his game. If you remember when he came onto the scene, everybody knew Ernest was just a guy that hangs around, and he's developing his game, and he scored he scores a T20 100 already. He's batted well, so he has, as the years progressed, developed his game. As we've seen his first over there, definitely going to be someone to have to survive the next 2 days and nights.
Drifts on the leg side off the pad of Dekale. Going to be a couple of leg byes added to the score. There's been plenty of them.
Yeah, just starting a bit too straight there, going with the slope.
It's an interesting battle here, because now you see he's trying to put spin on the ball as a batter, but the slope might just negate that. LBW really comes into play.
100% there, but I think if you're going to play for the spin here, that way you must maybe look to play, make sure you get your eyes closer to the ball and play the ball nice and late here. Don't premeditate shots, especially with the angle that Ernest is coming with.
Yeah, with a newer ball as well, it might just slide on. Let's play him as a medium pacer right now. Hitting straight back from where it's coming. Like that. That was a good intention from Dekale.
But you just see there, Isaac wants to hit that down the ground, beating Ernest on his right or left there, but with the slope, the ball's ending nearly at mid wicket there. So it's important to play the slope here and not the ball. I think that's the end of the first session on day 2 of the 4-day final in Bloemfontein.
It's the Knights on 34 without loss after 9 overs. They've negated that early threat from the Eastern Storm. They trail by 243 after wrapping up the Eastern Storm innings in that first session. Dekale not out on 10, Jean Kluter not out on 15. Rasamene, Khan and Ernest Kem, the captain, the bowlers used by the Storm in those 9 overs. And we'll be back after lunch with day 2, session 2.
Welcome back here to the Mangaung Oval, the City of Roses, for this final between the Flexbrand Knights and the Eastern Storm. It is day 2 here. We just had lunch. The news was this morning the Eastern Storm finished the innings. They were able to get to 277. Marais played a very hefty hand of 62 of 161 deliveries, the young man, only 21 years old. He was helped by Aman Khan, scoring a quick 20 runs, and they got to a very respectable 277. Flexbrand Knights went into bat just before lunch. They've faced 9 overs so far. Jian Kluter on 15 of 24 deliveries, and Isak Tigale 10 runs of 34 deliveries. In those first 9 overs that we have seen, the ball was moving around, it was shaping, there was a lot on offer, but so far the Eastern Storm haven't managed to get the breakthrough they would want here at the beginning of second session. So we brought all this action for you as the players take again to the field. We'll see what has to happen. So for the second session in the commentary box, we will be 1 allocation each. So if you're missing the voice of the respectable Mr. Sput and Aubrey, they will be joining commentary a bit later this afternoon in the session. But at the moment we're making it a one-man stand here. It's a beautiful day out here in Bloemfontein. Bit of cloud cover, the wind has died down as we've come to the latter part of the morning. There is a lot of rain forecasted for Monday in this 5-day series, and we've been talking about the role that can play in the conclusion of this match later on. But at the moment, the thought what we shared is we don't know how the pitch plays and where the sides exactly are until both sides have batted. Flexbrand Knights, they are off strongly in the first 9 overs of their first innings, and they would like to build on this. 34 runs on the board without the fall of a wicket. As we get ready for the continuation of play, they'll be starting again from the Willow's End, and we will have changing bowling. It's Jesse James Albany, played a very good hand with a bat. He'll be looking to continue here with the ball. Got the all clear from the umpire, and we're off. And right off the start, it was a fuller delivery. It's been driven hard behind before point, and it's gone away to the boundary. Half cries of catch it. It was a bit aerial as it went through the circle region. And the man informed, Jian Kluter, is not going to miss out on that. The man with the most runs in this tournament, over 500 runs. So at the moment there is a second slip in place and a gully. This one a bit fuller. I'll take the quick single. as we see Isaac Digali getting ready to face his delivery, first delivery after lunch. There's a field change. First slip is brought back. Second slip and a gully. Full and straight on the wickets. Oh, leading edge just over Jesse James Albany's head. Not well timed at all from Isaac Digale. It lands in safety. Mid-on does the fielding, Aman Khan. But we did see in the first couple of overs that this pitch has a bit of movement. It is much more live than the first session we had yesterday. And it's been a big topic of discussion is how this wicket will be playing as we continue this 5-day match. Fuller again this time. Gian Kluter not able to get the ball away. And that would conclude the first over after lunch. 10 overs gone, 40 for the loss of none. The Flexbrand Knights still trailing by 237. Good score put up by the Eastern Storm. Had the privilege of flying back with the Flexbrand Knights earlier this week, sitting next to the veteran Malosi Sibotto, as we see Gian Kluter just changing his bat. Had the privilege of being in Berlin, representing South Africa at the World Money Fair, being with South Africa Mint, and seeing what gold and silver there is across the world. And I would be happy to notify the viewers that South Africa actually won the prestigious award of Gold Coin of the Year, the Lion, part of the Big Five series. So South Africa representing itself beautifully across all formats in the world. Proud to be South African. As the skipper Ernest Kemp continues from the Loch Logan end. Bowled his one over, which was a maiden just before lunch, left arm orthodox. Very attacking field. He's got the slip in place, silly, short catching cover. To get some purchase. We did see that Dame Pitt was able to turn a couple for the Knights. Oh, half a chance. Half a chance. Just looking at the reactions, that was mightily close. Able to turn a couple for the Knights. Half a chance. Grant Thompson, the veteran, standing there under the helmet. 37 years young. Still got very good reflexes. Isaac Digale happy to rock back and defend. And that's another maiden for the skipper. Leading wicket taker in this tournament. What role does he have to play with the ball here at the Mangaung Oval? Off to a good start. Of the 40 runs so far, 9 of them have been extras, specifically leg byes. As Jesse James Albany continues his spell, the reason for that was in the first couple of overs, Aman Khan and Rasimene, the ball was swinging so much and they were coming a bit, just a tad too straight, drifting onto the pads, and was helped a couple times on its way off the legs. It just shows you that this pitch has been much more lively than what we're used to. You can clearly see the plan currently here by the Eastern Storm and Jesse James Albany. He's trying to bowl it a bit fuller, trying to invite the drive. Gian Clitto, who's out there on 20 or 30, leading run scorer of this tournament. He has obliged a couple times, has found the boundary a couple times, but they want to have him playing. Oh, and that's exactly why I want to beat the outside edge of that bat. This time around, doesn't get any contact on it. I want to have him playing. Having a look again. Going across the left-hander. That's exactly why. Much wider on this occasion. Not necessarily the best of deliveries, but it's part of the plan. Coming across the left-hander, trying to find that edge. Much better line on this occasion. So the one thing that the Flexbrand Knights did well was recover after their first session of bowling. They were a bit all over the place for a moment, and the runs were flowing at one point, 8 runs to the over. And they just slowly got into their rhythm, got into their stride, started hitting their mark, and just started making the game very boring. As this one's worked off the legs into the square leg region, they've come through for a single. It's something that the veteran Marais Sibotto does really well in picking up a couple of wickets, was making it very, very boring. And at some point, the run rate actually was around 2.2 to the over. And that worked well for the Flexbrand Knights in generating those opportunities to get wickets. Must be said that the Eastern Storm batsmen did really well in controlling the pressure. As Albany's getting into a rhythm here after lunch. It's the end of the over. 12 gone, 41 for the loss of none. So with the two bowlers at the moment, the skipper Kem and Albany, trying to get into a rhythm, making the game boring. We know that the Flexbrand Knights like to score runs. They like to be free-flowing. Jiang Kluter likes to feel bad on ball, likes to keep rotating the strike. So the intention would not be to be as bogged down as in the innings of the Eastern Storm, but to keep the run flow going. Currently the run rate 3.4 to the over. As we see the left arm bowler to the left-hander. Oh no, dropped. It's dropped. Jiang Kluter advancing down the track, chipping it to short mid-wicket. And it must be said, see the left arm bowler, one of the easier catching opportunities that will present itself to Yuri Snyman. Oh no, drop. And my oh my, how big of a drop chance will that be in the context of this game, dropping the leading run scorer in the competition only on 21. Oh, and they sneak through for a single bit of a misfield from the skipper off his own bowling. See the left arm bowler to the left-hander. Having a look at that again. Oh no, he wasn't. Oh no, dropped right down the throat of Yuri Snyman, but it's gone down. Oh, oohs and ahs around the wicket. Isaac Dala, he's been opting to go backwards towards the spinner, inviting. Oh, another ooh and ah as it passes the outside of first slip. The umpire does make a signal, it's a bye. Just a bit of pressure being built here by Aaron Skim, bowling well at the moment. And that concludes the over. And just as we said in the beginning of this over, Jiang Kluter does not like to hang around. He's not going to be dotted out. And we did see the chance come, and you want to actually say it was more than just half a chance. It was, in this level of the game, much a dolly. They'll just have to check themselves here. We have seen there is a bit of purchase for the spinners on offer. And with the skipper, Kim, being the leading wicket taker, we've got a good matchup. Leading run scorer versus leading wicket taker. So Albany, coming from the Willows end, would like to continue the form his skipper just gave from the other end. Oh, it's wider this time. It's cut hard through the covers, and that won't be stopped. 4 runs, Isaac Tigala. He likes hanging on the back foot. He read the length early, and he was all over that one. Just gave from the other end. And just short on wider this time. It's cut hard through the covers, and that won't be stopped. He's tried to get them on the drive. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place for it. But a beautiful shot from Isaac Tigala. He moves the Flexbrand Knights to 47. This one going down leg. Apologies, just a small correction in pronunciation. It's Digwale. Apologies for the mispronunciation. That's where Albany wants to be bowling, on a fuller length. Getting Diguale on the front foot. And with all the oohs and ahs that have been out there, all the half chances, Flexbrand Knights are doing well so far. 47 runs off 13 overs, going at a steady rate of 3.5 to the over. I would like to continue with this at this moment. It was a bit short and wide again, but this time Diguale does not get all of it. Full, and it's worked off the pads into the vacant square leg region. There's a big chase on, and they're going to come back for 3. And that's the 50 up for the Flexbrand Knights. It's come here in the 14th over, and it's exactly the type of start they would have wanted in this pursuit of 277 and above. It's only taken 85 deliveries.
Sharpies.
This is a big field, and the poor man that's had to do the recovery at square leg has now had to run all the way to the other side with the left hand right hand combination. It's a good 100 meters. And that's a tidy delivery to finish off the 14th over here. Flexbrand Knights 50 for the loss of none. As the skipper Kem continues his spell from the Loch Logan end. He's been bowling really well so far. Really zoning into his area. Be thinking about that drop chance in the previous over, which would have dismissed Gian Klutter. As you see, he's playing around with his pace. He's hitting the same area, but it's different speeds. Just trying to disrupt Diguale's timing. This one a bit faster. Coming down leg, a bit of a mix-up. But Gian Klutter's caught that early and he scrambles through for a quick single. Has been signalled as a leg bye. This is the matchup that matters. Leading wicket taker against leading run scorer in this competition. Again, Gian Klutter advances down the ground, plays it down to long on. But he's made his intentions clear in the couple deliveries he's faced from Kim. He's not going to allow him to settle. It's the end of the over. 15 gone, 52 for the loss of none. Just having a look at the overs remaining for the play today. 59 overs remaining. And at this rate, Flexbrand Knights would be doing well to get more than 200. At a rate of 3.4 to the over. Deficit 225. So they would be very happy if they could finish the day and they've achieved that total. At the moment it does look possible with the way runs are flowing. Much better line from Albany. That's where he wants to be. Wants to be coming across the right, the left-hander. Doesn't want to come too straight. And on this occasion, didn't straighten at all. Just went with the angle. They've got to try and build a bit of pressure here. Accumulate a bit of more dots. Would bowl a couple or 3 balls in a row that would be exactly what they require, building that pressure, but the loose ball has been coming unfortunately every over and it's just allowed the Flexbrand Knights to release a bit of that pressure, just get the runs on the board that they require, just rotate the strike, and they Eastern Storm don't want that. They want to be bowling to the same man over and over again. This is better stuff from Albany. 4 dot balls so far in this over. Big appeal. Big appeal. Pitching outside the line. That concludes the over. It's a maiden. 52 for the loss of none. And that's exactly what I was speaking about earlier in this over. They just need to build a bit more pressure. And you'll have these shots. Big appeal. Big shout. And skipper Kim would be happy to be bowling to Tigwari here from the Loch Logan end. Happy to bowl as a left-arm orthodox to the right-hander, trying to take it away from him. Quick single to mid-on. Shy the stunts. Oh, missed. Good running was called early. Now for Gian Klutter, long on back, deep square leg. Oh, again advancing down the ground. Deep square will have to pick it up. They only come through for a single, but this ball again, aerial. Here is Snyman, who dropped him 2 overs ago. You do feel is in the game every time Gian Klutter is facing to Kim. Slower this time in the air, beautifully bowled. It's another good over from the skipper. 2 runs from it. Flexbrand Knights 54 for the loss of none here after the 17th. Just steadying the ship. Run rate achieved is still 3.2 to the over. It's been good bowling thus far. Much better after the lunch break. And Albany will be continuing his bowling to Gian Klutter. Starting wide down the leg side. Not called a wide. It's not where he wants to be. He's got a deep square leg out and a fine leg. Still second slip in a gully. Backward point, cover, mid off. Short to mid wicket. Mid on. Oh, good Yorker. Just keeping Gian Klutter on his toes. Afternoon sun is out in full here in Bloemfontein. It is hot out there, 30 degrees. The breeze has just gone and died down for the moment. Been a very good spell here by the Eastern Storm after lunch. They've applied the pressure. Drop chance, Yuri Snyman. How big would that be? Drop Gian Klutter on 21 off the bowling of his skipper Ernest Kemp. And as I get ready to make my leave, as you'll be joining commentary momentarily by Spurt. Fuller again driven hard and will beat mid off. That's the sign of a man in form. It's gone to the boundary. Gian Kluter. He looks like he's in impeccable touch here in this final. That moves the score to 58. And we spoke about it. Bowling well, building the pressure, but just getting one ball wrong and it releases all that pressure. This occasion, half volley, and Gian Kluter in this type of form is not going to miss out on that. Square leg umpire does signal that the over has indeed been bowled, so commentary will be taken over by Spurt.
.58 without loss then for the Knights after 18 overs. I'll be more than just happy with that. It is in reply to the 277 all out by the Eastern Storm in the first innings. Gian Kluter, man on a mission, man on form. He's 27 not out. Isaac Dikhale playing his part as well on 20. Ernest Kemp, the Eastern Storm captain and leading wicket taker in the series in operation. He goes into Dikhale. Has a drive at that, straight at cover. Here's the field, you see short cover, slip, short leg. He's searching as Ernest Kemp. He's not going to run out of patience, that I promise you. He's conceded only 7 runs, or 6 runs rather, 5.2 overs. It's been a revelation this season with a ball in hand, Kemp. Like fine red wire. Better and better with age, the bowling of Ernest Kemp. For the viewers who's tuned in over the last couple of days, you would have heard as reference the slope. He's sort of angling into the right-hander, Ernest Kemp, with the slope. Looking for it to straighten. This one's worked out to deep backward square by Isaac Dikhale for another single. Looking to play the role Dane Pitt played, the captain of the Knights, who bowled well north of 30 overs in the innings. He's also got further spin options in Yuri Snyman, Similane, and Grant Thompson, the veteran these days, turning the arm over with some off spinners. It was neat from Gian Kluter. He's really looking settled at the crease now, is Gian Kluter. So it's Siemens spin in operation from the ends. Out of picture we see the Eastern Storm coach, Jeffrey Toyana, complete a lap. Jesse James, Albany. He'll continue his bowled 5 overs, none for 18. He's in at Gian Kluter. Straightens. Sort sort of a stifled appeal. He batted beautifully in that Eastern Storm first innings. Albany really hung in there, made 35, navigated the last hour last night, and spent a fair bit of time this morning with Marais. Goes across Kluter. 33 years old now, Gian Kluter. 147 first-class matches. Spent time in Kimberley, where he grew up. Spent time with the Titans as well. But over the last couple of seasons, he's really developed into a rock for this Flexbrand's night side. Safety of the shade. In Bloemfontein, it's been a common theme over the 2026 summer. Inside half of the bat for Gian Kluter. Just not quite balanced as he would love to be throughout this innings. And you see him rehearsing, keeping his shape. Different beast. It's a longer format. Test of endurance and patience, especially so for Gian Kluter, as he spent more than 100 overs behind the stumps. Run rate touch over 3 at this stage. Albany, I think, has taken a leaf out of the book of Sibotto when bowling from the Willow's end. Really attack those stumps. Get one to straighten, hit the pads of Gian Kluter. Dala, the man in the middle, former first-class cricketer himself. Studied here in Bloemfontein at the University of Free State. It's his first 4-day series final as umpire. Is that the outside edge? Huge appeal. Immediately turned down by Dala. Confident in his decision. Went across the left-handed Gian Kluter against the slope on this occasion. Is that the outside edge? Huge appeal. Yeah, you can see by the reaction of Jaden Govender behind the stumps for the Eastern Storm, it was more trying to buy the wicket, wishing there was an edge. He very quickly understood when it was turned down. There was no disappointment there. So one feels the correct decision by Dala. Is that the outside edge? Huge movement. Ernest Kim as well. See by his reaction at first slip or wide slip. What's nice to see from Albany here is that he's really getting it up to the bat. We've been speaking about that, myself and Aubrey Swanepoel, John Harmer. And then on this track, that's where you're going to get your help from. That's where you're going to get deviation from the slope. And really test these batters. Dala and Gian Kluter, who've both had really good seasons for the Flexbrand's Knights. Promotion into Division 1, that is at the forefront of the Knights' mind. Now that's how you do it on a Saturday afternoon in the City of Roses. That way, or next to the swimming pool, but Division 2 4-day final, played over 5 days, come get yourself here. Straight back to it, Ernest Kim into his 7th over. on the back foot. Isaac Dikhale, very watchful. Mid-wicket and mid-on, as well as a short leg and a deep backward square leg on the onside. On the offside, it's a slip, short cover. Man at 45 on the offside. Cover, mid-off. Straight back to Kem. Picked up a 6-4 recently, Ernest Kem, with his left arm orthodox. A little bit quicker, coming on with the arm. Is that a ball short? In the over? Over has been called. Some more spectators showing their presence here at the Mangaung Oval. What a venue it's proven to be over the years for South African cricket. Free State, or Knights as they later got known, part and parcel of South African cricket history. It's through their ranks that players like Hansie Cronje, Kepler Wessels, Alan Donald, Corey van Zyl, Boeta Dippenaar, who hails from Kimberley but got schooled in Bloemfontein, Louis Bosman, also from Kimberley, played a lot of cricket in Bloemfontein. It's good. This is a good spell from Albany. Free State Cricket Union really rose to prominence in the late 80s, early 90s, and under the tutelage of the legendary coach Jan Volstedt, they won the Benson and the Hedges title for the first time. And the name that springs to mind is former Knights coach as well, Nicky Bouyer. Played a lot of Test cricket for South Africa. Solid by Gian Clute. We hear so many times about the mean machine of Transvaal, that magical Eastern Province side, with the likes of Kepler Wessels, Mark Rashmere, Dave Callan, Flam Michau, Brett Schultz. Dave Callan, part of that side, of course. Tim Shaw, Dave Richardson. But the Free State have produced their fair share of big teams over the years. There was a stage in domestic cricket where they had one of the most vaunted bowling attacks, the likes of Alan Donald, the big West Indian, Franklin Stevenson. The former curator here at the Mangaung Oval, Nico Pretorius, was no slouch either. Could bowl with some serious heat. Brad Player, part of that generation as well. And the likes of Kwesi Venter, bringing real glory to Springbok Park, as it was affectionately known back then. Just tucked around the corner, Clute 2 straight from Albany this time. Go through for another single. And should all go according to plan for the rest of the season for the Flexbrand Knights. They'll be back in the Premier Division 1 competition in the 26-27 season. Rumours floating around that that'll then be for 2 seasons. Tuskers at this stage perhaps with the biggest risk of moving back down to Division 2. 15 points for finishing top of the log in the 4-day competition already in the bank, but they'd so love to win this trophy to add to the T21. Their T20 final, of course, they beat Border Inyati here in Bloemfontein with 11 runs. And also finished top of the log there, so it's a maximum of 30 points in the bank after 2 competitions. Here's the new sponsor, Flexbrand. Came on board just before that T20 final. What a day that was at the Mangaung Oval. Together we rise, and rise to Division 1. That is the aim for the Knights. Straight at a very short mid-on with the Grandmaster, Grant Thompson, in there nice and tight. Following a very similar pattern to the Eastern Storm innings, it was a bit of a flyer the Knights got off to. They were 25 for nothing after 5 overs. And ever since the introduction of Ernest Kim, the Eastern Storm captain, it's been slow going. Rate has dropped to 2.8. Jaden Govender, man behind the stumps. There's Andrew Rasamene. He was lively in that first spell, bowled with good energy. Not always the control that he was searching for. Another man that's been around the scene of South African first-class cricket, Andrew Rasamene. Great character on and off the field. Captain Kim just making sure he's got all the angles covered in the way he would like. Gets himself outside the line there, does Jean Clutter, as he defends Kim back down the wicket. Solid. Down the track, chips it out to long on, does Jean Clutter for a single. Hit it nicely. Suspect he was always in control of that. Gets a go at the right-hander now again, does Ernest Kim. Metronomical. Keeps going and going. He's bowled 45 deliveries now, Ernest Kim. Conceded only 9 runs. Straight at Thompson. He's in at short extra cover. One of 3 catches. The others being slip and short leg there in picture. Drifts onto the legs and neatly played by Isaac Dikhali. Generates a great amount of power. And Kim knows he'll be disappointed with that one. A release of the pressure as Isaac Dikhali helps himself to another boundary. More of a round on legs and neatly played by Isaac Dikhali. Generates a great, neatly tucked away by Isaac Dikhali. A former Protea in T20 cricket, Jacques Neyman on drinks duty. A man that hits the Kookaburra a long, long way. Jacques Neyman. Not finding himself in the side for the final, with the batting roles being taken up by Dichali, Kluter, Botha, Ruben Marais, the 19-year-old, and Rowan Haasbroek, the former Northwest University star. Seth Vleedemouse, he'll be batting at 6. Talking about university stars, he played for the SA University side on 2 occasions. Seth Vleedemouse, who studied at the University of the Free State. Rasamene back into the attack, replacing Albany. It's a change of ends for him. He bowled his opening spell from the Loch Logan end. We're operating from the Willows end now. Strong fella. Bustles in, does Andrew Rasamene. Running slightly uphill from the Willows end. Spoke about that average of Jan Kluter in first class cricket, around about 33. It's much better than those numbers. He's been involved in this match for every single over and every single ball bowled, as he was keeping wicket for the Flexbrand's Knights for more than 100 overs. He's been batting for 23.2. At 33 years young, takes some doing. Can he go deep here for the Knights? One of these two must. A little bit of extra bounce for Mr. Rasamene. Forcing Jean Kluter just to leave his feet there for a split second. Works it off the pads for a single. Grant Thompson is a little shy. $210 now the deficit, all 10 first wicket or first innings wickets in hand for the Flexbrand Knights. Still the 2 slips and a gully. Point. Cover, mid off, mid on and mid wicket on the onside, as well as a fine leg. Pretty standard field for Rasamene. One just jagged back, almost against the slope at Isaac Dichale, well bowled by Rasamene. We refer to this quite often, but the Knights, there is a strong possibility that they will need to bat last in this match. Their plan will be to bat once. But if the Eastern Storm bowl decently or bat well in their second innings, the Knights will have to chase and bat last in this 5-day final. And we're well on our way to sort of the graveyard shift in day 2 action. Yesterday was a belter, today is hot as well, slightly more humid, a bit of cloud coverage around. Possibilities of late afternoon thunderstorms in Bloemfontein. There's always a possibility of that. It's almost like on the high veld. Kitty's corner, why not? Have your party at the cricket at the Mangaung Oval. Those were the days, my friend. Those were the days. It's a Saturday afternoon, not a worry in the world for them on the jumping castle. No bills to pay. Well played. That's good from Jean Clotet. Picks up a single off the first delivery of the Ernest Kem over. Khalid trying to force that one on the leg side off the back foot. Beats the outside edge, does Ernest Kem. First one for a little while to do that. You hear it so often. It's really dangerous when a spinner, be it a left arm orthodox, off spinner, leg spinner, wrist spinner, Chinaman, whoever, becomes so dangerous when they can challenge both edges, the outside edge and the inside edge. He's bowling with the slope, taking it back to the right-hander, so he can bowl that slider as well. Defended by Isaac Dikhali, the end of another Ernest Kem over. 68 without loss, we've had 25 overs. Run rate just about 2.7 achieved by the Knights. So exactly like in the case of the Eastern Storm. They've slowed down considerably since the introduction of Ernest Kem. Seen the consultation between Dikhali and Kluter, but there's also a consultation between Grant Thompson and Andrew Rasamene. Thompson, the senior statesman on this Eastern Storm side. He'll be worth gold to Ernest Kem, the captain. I think Rasamene might have a little change of plan here, going at Jean Clotet. He's been digging it in since the previous over. 5 overs, 5.1 now, none for 22. A lot of chatter between Thompson and Rasamene. There's been a definite change of length where Albany tried to get her as far up to the bat as he could. Rasamene has just dragged that length back, hitting that hard length or back of a length area. Batting on what looks like middle and off stump. So that back foot is Jean Clotet. Oh, that one tailed back at him nicely. Full and straight after. 3 balls back of a length. Rasamene trying to work Jean Clotet over here. There's the cloud cover. Every possibility of an afternoon thunder shower. As Aubrey Swanepoel does the stretches, getting himself ready to take over in commentary. A lot of rain for Bloemfontein this season. I'm sure the farmers in and around the capital of the Free State are happy with that. It's well left, well bowled as well by Rasamene. Always willing to have a little smile, but a fierce competitor is Andrew Rasamene. Couple of balls left in the 26th over. Straight to Christopher Brits at cover. Really stringing together the dot balls right now is the Eastern Storm, taking your leave out of the Knights book, pegging the Knights batters back. So although they've spent 26 overs at the crease, they're not really going anywhere. That deficit still 209. We all know Kluter is a man that likes to attack and counter punch. Out to backward point, where Marais does the fielding. The first inning 0 for the Eastern Storm. It's the end of 26 overs. The scoreboard reads the Flexbrand Knights 68 without loss. Gian Kluter 33 and Isaac Digali on 24. And taking over in commentary is Aubrey Swanepoel.
Thanks, Spoot. I think you did a really great job there. Just breaking for the first drinks break after the lunch interval, with the Flexbrand Knights finding themselves at 68 for the loss of 0 wickets, 26 overs bowled. The run rate is only at 2.6. Yeah, as players wander back to their mark after the much needed drinks break for the Eastern Storm. Fighting hard there, controlling the run rate at 2.6. Not letting the game get away from them. Knights guys finding it quite difficult against the likes of Ernest, Rasamene, Albany bowled a really good spell there to Gian. So as play is about to continue after the drinks break. There's just a couple of field changing as we see Devon Marais wanders from short leg to silly point as Ernest continues to Isaac Digwale. Cuts back, it beats backward point, the chase is on. Definitely boundaries as the boundaries outfield has slowed down completely off because of the overnight rain. So you have to hit the ball nice and clean. Big field in the Mangaung Oval. As after the drinks break, first runs there from the bat of Isaac Digwale. Just fielding change here as the guy under the lead, Devon Marais, moves away from a short leg there as he moves into the short mid wicket. Guy coming really close there at mid wicket. They must have felt it was just an easy scoring opportunity for Gian, closing that hole there down the ground. He kept running down the wicket, hitting it down the ground for one. Big shout there. Umpire says he just moves away. Must have been hitting Gian just outside line. Yeah, it must be really difficult for the batters just to score at the moment. Don't look like Ernest is giving the batters a lot of pace to score from. Quinting is finding it quite difficult. He's been really full as Gian looks to get on one knee and battle that one just past short 45. There's a lot of ifs and buts at the moment out there. Ernest, we haven't seen anything really short from Ernest. He's kept everything really full, and that's why we haven't seen anything square back from Gian or Isaac, because he's bowled really full as he goes over the top there. Gian put a good contact there, could be a boundary, and it's definitely a boundary for Gian. Good intent there, getting to the pitch of the ball, hitting it down the ground, good contact there. Yeah, we know that Gian won a bat at a strike rate at about 50 plus there, and just found that maybe his tempo was dropping, and that's why looking to show a bit more intent after the drinks break. And we've seen when the guys came in and they want to make a play yesterday when Devon Marais came in, made a play, and once he was dropped, that's when he got back into his box and tried to build an innings there, and it was a well fought knock there from the young kid, getting his team to the 277 that they put on the board. Yeah, we have Andrew Rosameni still continuing from the Willows end. He goes short to Isaac. Isaac gets out of the way. Good nod of approval there from Isaac. Must have acknowledged that was a really good bumper. Andrew feel all done there. Valdo Lategan giving one for the Nova. I think that one was for running on the danger end there. Wasn't one for Nova, so I think Andrew's finding himself in a bit of bother running on the wicket there. That's the first and final warning. He'll look to get a bit wider now. Yeah, must say he's a better bowler when he's pitching the ball up, inviting the batters to hit him down the ground. He gets the ball to nip, and we've seen him taking the ball away from the right-handers as well as bringing it back for the right-handers. So he has the capability of hitting Isaac's pad here. Just trying to think with the way the field's set, they're definitely looking to bring the ball back at Isaac here. But one thing Isaac's done really well in the 87 balls that he faced, he's played the ball nice and late under his eyes, and he's put the bad ball away for 4. Only faced 88 balls, only 27 runs, which is probably ideal as an opener. You want him to see the shine off, as he's an old school opener. He doesn't look to counter punch by hitting the ball over the top, and he's there to survive the new ball and make sure that he puts his team in a good position. As Andrew goes straight there, he clips that one off his legs, and Terminator Simelane, good fielding there from Simelane to prevent the boundary. Diving stop to his left there, and it's going to be interesting to see when's he going to be brought on to bowl. Yeah, good balance there from Isaac, coming straight there from Andrew and clipped it well just behind square. Good running between the two of them as the Knights move on to 78 after 27.3. And Gian's been really well equipped to the ball coming back at him. He's been tucking it into the vacant square leg with square leg on the fence there, getting him on the non-striker side. It's always better. I remember when I was a bit younger, they used to say that the best place to play cricket is when you're at the non-strikers end, and we've seen the rotating of strike between the two of them has been really good today. Finding themselves 79 after 27.4. As Andrew Rasimeri goes really full, well kept out, good defence. I must say his head's been in a good position. He has the tendency of his head falling over, but if you watch there, nice and clear, getting forward, putting his good weight transfer onto the front foot there. And that's over 28 overs bowled. Knights are 2.8 runs and over, 79 runs. There was something brewing just about the last over that Ernest bowled to Gian, and there was a bit of field placement change, and he went on one knee, looked to lap him, and the next ball he went down the wicket, hit him down the ground. It's going to be interesting. Oh, he tucks that into square leg, and good feet there from Gian, playing the spin really well. We've seen yesterday and today the guys that's bowled the majority of the overs was the spinners, and once again today we've seen Ernest bowl 10 overs already in the 28, and there's a big shout there, and umpire Shezi of the overs was the spinners, and once again today we've seen Ernest watch the replay again, 10 overs already in the 28. And there's a big shout there, a nod of the head there from umpire Shezi. Maybe just a bit of bounce there. And Isaac goes on one knee, plays that late. And good running between the two of them. Eastern Storm guys doesn't look happy with the fielding there from Jesse Albany. A lot of heads are dropping there. They need to make sure they don't get frustrated with each other. Yeah, stay in the fight. We've seen that yesterday. The Eastern Storm guys, they had a better partnership, but the Knights guys stayed in it, and they fought until the end of day's play, picking up 7 wickets yesterday, and today the Eastern Storm hasn't picked up any wicket thus far. It's just off first session after lunch, no wicket there, and they had the drinks break. Goes wide there, cut, couldn't beat the inner ring. Ernest has bowled nice and tidy, 11 overs here, 22 runs. He's done bulk of the bowling this season for Eastern Storm. And what a great punch from Isaac, beating short cover, and the chase is on by Christopher Britt. Turns and throws 3 runs there between the two of them. And that's the end of Ernest's over. That looks lovely for the kids there at the Mangaung Oval. Bright facilities are there if needed. Definitely some people that strolled in to watch the Flexbrand Knights versus the Eastern Storm on this lovely Saturday. There's definitely a meeting happening there between Grant Thompson and Ernest Kemp, the brain trust of the Eastern Storm, as Rasameni waits at his mark for the go-ahead. Definitely plans of how they're going to get a wicket. We see ball changing there from Grant Thompson as he walks to his mark, shortened wicket. That's very good positions there from Isaac, hitting the ball nice and late under his eyes. Good position, good weight transfer. Yeah, I just feel that Eastern Storm has bowled maybe just a bit on the two lengths of the wicket. I think they were either too full or they're either just too short, and that's why it's been easy for the Flexbrand Knights guys to get forward and put the bad ball away. We've seen Gianni to couple down the ground, and as soon as what was presented to Isaac, he's made them punish. Yeah. Isaac leads out one pass. Definitely energy here from Rasameni. We've seen the spell before this. Albany, Jesse bowled really well. He was getting the ball just to stand up to the lefty, so it's going to be important that Rasameni continues what Jesse's bowled for the team. Yeah, that's a good line, good ball played by Isaac. We've seen something similar in the night setup. Malusi Sibotto doing this for them yesterday. Came on, bowled nice and straight, got the ball just to either leave or just hold its line there, and he's picked up the wickets, 4 wickets for the Knights. So if Andrew Rasameni can do something similar and just get the ball to deviate off the wicket, but make sure there's enough energy on the ball. He's definitely looked with his tail up in the second spell here for Andrew as he goes to Digwale. Good running there between the two of them. Good communication. You can see that these two has been batting a while together now. Just over 2 hours at the crease between the two of them. So the communication is at a great positive attitude, but making sure good intent, head going forward towards the ball, and It's always difficult when a bowler has to bowl to right-hander, then left-hander, adjusting its line. It's never easy. But easy as may, Gian to face Rasameni. Rasameni goes full and it's outside off. Diving from Sikikune at gully. And it cuts them in off. And Gian Kluter finds him another boundary, moves on to 43. Night score moves now to 90 without loss. Rasimeni goes full and it's outside off. Diving from Sikikune at gully. As that ball just went past the flying gully there, we've seen a change in angle here from Andrew Rasameni. As Gian moves his guard from middle stump, takes guard now on off stump just to cover the line. He's played well here between the two of them, but he's played well in this competition, as I may say. I think over 550 runs now as Gian moved to. And that's the end of the 30th over as Flexbrand Knights moves now to 90 without loss after 30 overs. And from the Log Logan end, we'll have the captain still continue, Ernest Kemp. Definitely a lot of chats happening between Ernest and Grant Thompson, the brain trust of the Eastern Storm team. And that one's dropped just short. Isaac cuts that one straight to Sekikune at backward point there. Yeah, Isaac and Gian's laid the foundation really well for the Knights here, trying to get the deficit down as they are still 187 behind the Eastern Storm. Batted first yesterday. For those joining us now, 277 was posted from the Eastern Storm. Top score Devon Marais 67, and Ernest punches that one on the back foot, beats short extra cover. Chases on here from Chris Britt, and it's again lovely 3 runs from the bat of Isaac, and a bit of frustration there from Ernest Kemp. Not happy with himself there, as the partnership moves now to 93 runs. Just since my commentating stint, Flexbrand Knights has moved now from scoring at about 2.4 to 3 runs and over. Definitely from the drinks interval, there must have been a message about keeping the tempo up, looking to score, looking to play a bit more positive and just not survive mode, which we felt was more the type of cricket they were playing there before the first drinks and after lunch. The tempo is definitely picked up here after the first drinks. Gian's looked more positive. Isaac's punched Ernest came a couple of times off the back foot. And that's the end of the over, as the Knights moves on to 93 for the loss of 0 wickets. And still continuing from the Log Logan end, we'll have Andrew Rasameni to Isaac Digwala. Isaac's played really well. Making sure that keeps rotating the strike, keep getting Gian on strike, and it's probably a good mindset to have. Played that one nice and late, so good positions is much applied here from the two of them, making sure they're playing it under their eyes. And it's always a good trait to have in 4-day cricket, is playing the ball under your eyes and nice and late. We've seen the two of them. Probably the highest partnership in the first 2 days is what's taking place now at the moment between Gian and Isaac, playing the ball under their eyes and looking to put back the team into a good position. Yeah, about 40 minutes to tea, and it will be ideal that the two of them bat their team to tea. As Andrew drives that one, better away movement there from Rasimeni, not making good contact there from Isaac, losing his shape there. And that's why the ball's just not hit the middle of the bat, maybe closing the face as he made contact there. There is still a bit of energy from the Eastern Storm guys. They're encouraging each other to do well. Yeah, I must say, Isaac's played the ball coming back at him really well. Not looking to overheat that, just shows that his balance is in good position. Head's going towards the ball is always a good thing. Not a big stride, but just making sure that his momentum is taking him forward, and that's why he's playing the ball nice and late under his eyes. I think as soon as he's going to maybe look to lose shape there, that's when he's going to find himself in a difficult position. He's played it nice and well for 105 balls, making sure that his weight transfer through the crease is really good, and making sure that his head keeps going towards the ball as we watch there. Well covered, make sure his head's in a good position and hitting the ball down the ground. The one thing that stood out for me in this 93-run partnership thus far is how they just made sure to not follow the ball and hit the ball nice and late under the eyes, but as long as it's down the ground. And we've seen yesterday, as soon as Grant Thompson looked to hit through the vacant mid-wicket, and that's when he found his departure. And as soon as we've seen Jesse this morning as well, as soon as he looked to hit the ball through that mid-wicket, he chipped it straight to that guy. And Isaac's, when the ball was straight, made sure that he hits the ball nice and late under his eyes. As we come to the end of that over now, Knights are 93 for no loss after 32 overs. Good over there from Andrew Rasimene. Who's doing the names there on pitch vision? Who's doing the bowling there on pitch vision? Yeah, it's not Jesse bowling, nah. On the monitor it still shows Jesse bowling. It's Andrew that bowled there. Yeah, Rasimeni is bowling, but on our monitor it's still showing Jesse Albany bowling. The last three. Just check next over. Yeah, it's Gian just chips that one over mid-wicket's head. Running hard there, 2 runs. Yeah, they definitely put Ernest, came under pressure his last 3 overs. Boundary, 3-4 runs and over. Not what he's wants to do. As Gian moves on to 45 runs. And I think Ernest's pace is maybe just a tad too slow. Maybe look to bowl a little bit quicker as he drops that one short. Gian rocks back, cuts that one pass, short extra cover, and 4 runs. And Gian moves on to 49, and the Knights now moves on to 99 for the loss of 0 wickets. Good foundation laid here from as he drops that one short. Gian rocks back, cuts that one pass, back, good feet there, and places it to the vacant short extra cover. And that's the half century for Gian, yet another one this season. And that's 100 for the Knights as well. Gian's moved now to 50 of 93 balls. Well played, Gian Kluter, as the Knights move now to 100 for no loss. Ernest has really struggled the last 3 overs. Boundary from Gian in his last 3, then a boundary in this over. Ernest Isaac couple of back foot punches for 3 runs, not what he was looking for. As we see bowling change, just watching to my left, Ernest just going off the field to refresh. As we see bowling change, it's the first time in the day we're going to see Tumelo Similani from the Willows end, and with that we'll see the departure in myself, as John you'll be hearing John's voice for the next half an hour.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be back in the commentary chair. And that has happened. Gian Kluter on 50 of 94, and the Knights on 100 after 33 overs. And the last time I was in the box, we spoke about how valuable that drop catch would be off Gian Kluter, with Kem bowling dropped by Yuri Snyman on 21. And at the moment, it's costing them dearly. Still looking for that first breakthrough in this opening partnership. Similani is into the attack. Off the first ball, you can see just a bit of purchase coming in straight. Gian Kluter. We saw with the bowling of Ernest Kem, he likes to come across his wickets and wants to access the leg side. Deep square leg out at the moment and a long on. Still the slip in place. Similani just getting his field in the right position. Oh, this one just a bit more purchase. As Gian Kluter was looking to hit that hard. Deep square region. So at the moment, there's 2 mid wickets in place, one much straighter and one a bit squarer. Just to defend exactly that delivery, the ball that's turning in, they know he wants to go to the leg side. Rocking back this time, and he hits it, and he hits it mightily all the way for a maximum. Gian Kluter showing his talent here in the final. There is a deep mid wicket in place, but he had to watch that sail over his head. That is the shorter boundary. Good batting this from Gian Kluter, the leading run scorer in this competition and showing his class here today for his side. That's the end of Similani's first over. It's gone for 6. The Flexbrand Knights, 106 for the loss of none. On a day where the ball has turned a bit more, the ball has swung in the beginning of play. It's been difficult out there. There's been a lot on offer for the bowlers, it has to be said. These two Flexbrand Knights batsmen have mitigated it and have actually excelled at it. Currently scoring at 3.1 to the over. And they are doing well in chasing down that 277 posted by Eastern Storm. The deficit now only 171. We still have an allocated 40 overs of day's play. At this rate, if they score another 120 runs at this run rate, they'll be at that 220, 230 mark, which they will be very happy about. We had a discussion beforehand saying if they can get to 200 for the loss of 4 wickets, they'll be thinking they're in a good position. But at the moment, Aman Khan back into the attack from the Loch Logan end. Giants drifting down leg. We saw in his first spell he was really able to move that ball into the left-hander, away from the right-hander, but he did struggle in finding the line. Drifted a lot onto the pads. He has looked dangerous. It's good defense here by Isaac Dugwale. He's been there for 110 deliveries for his 39. And I'm touching wood as I'm saying this, but these batsmen are looking rather comfortable at the moment. They find their rhythm. And they're batting well. There's a second slip in place and a very wide, we could say a fourth slip / gully region. Much better from Aman Khan. Short on this time, pulled hard, and it's going to be in the gap between deep square and fine leg. And it's a magnificent shot from Degwale. What a mighty shot, time, pulled hard, and it's going to be in the gap way. Oh, there's a big appeal. Big appeal. Umpire says not out, there's no edge. It came back sharply into Isaac. Beat him inside the bat and the body. Aman Khan was convinced there was something on it. Aaron's Kemp can't believe it. Still looking for that first wicket. As we have a look at that again. Oh, there's a big appeal. Big appeal. There's been a couple of good shots here this morning, but to no avail as yet for the Eastern Storm. It's the end of the over. 35 gone, 110 on the board for no loss. You can just see with that last appeal that just the frustration that's building in the Eastern Storm camp. They've been working hard, they've been working towards those wickets. But a drop catch of Jiang Kluta on 21 proving rather costly at the moment. Tumelo Similani to continue from the Willow's End. It's a good matchup. This, him and Jiang Kluta, left-hander. He's getting the ball to purchase rather nicely at the moment. He's got a very predictable line that he wants to bowl, and Jiang Kluta's reading that early. He's rocking back, getting into position. As so, he's clearing his front leg. And he's just waiting for the right opportunity, and we just saw in the last over, if it is in that area and if he does get hold of it, there's nothing the fielders would be able to do. Oh, good shout, good shout. On this occasion, Jiang Kluta coming forward, not getting it on the bat. But as we've seen, Tumelo Similani is getting a bit of purchase here. There's nothing the fielders would be able to do. Just thinking it's gone. Oh, good shout, good shout. Passing leg stump, or possibly even bouncing too high. This one worked to deep square. They'll come through for a single. So this is the man Similani actually wants to bowl to. Wants to bowl to the right-hander. I'd like to keep that straight line, but this time just take it a bit away from him or straighten that line. We did see with Jiang Kluta, he's getting a bit of purchase. He's got 2 deliveries left in this over. And this would be an interesting contest. He's got a deep square out. No deep mid-wicket on this occasion. Sweepers coming back into the circle. So it's only with a 1-man out. Slip and silly point in place. Oh, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants to angle it into middle and leg and just let the ball straighten. And as we have seen, Diguere likes to go onto his back foot. Just might get trapped on his crease. Oh, that's exactly what he wants. I was expecting this. That ball is turning mightily. This time around, Isaac does survive. That's the end of the over. Only one from it. It is a Nelson, 111 for none. And my oh my. The poor chap, he's bored, wondering if there's a couple of friends around. Look at that, it's got the balls on the strings. Where's the bat, young man? Now there was some good pressure built in that previous over from Tumelo Similani. Aman Khan to continue here to Jian Klutu, who's on 57 from 104 deliveries. Just getting their fielding positions right. Got a fine leg out, deep square leg. Almost coming back into the circle now. It's rather interesting here at the Mangaung Oval because the boundary is so big to the leg side at the moment. Guys are really standing about 20 meters in from the rope. This is cut beautifully, but there is a deep point out there. As you can see from that shot, that is the shorter boundary, but still a good 5 meters in from the rope. So from our commentator's box, it does sometimes look a bit awkward looking at the field setting, especially when the Knights were bowling to Marais and they would like to take him to the single. Everyone just hanged around no man's land, if you would. Another half an appeal as they scramble through for a single. Oh no, it's taken a deviation and it's going to be extra runs. Oh, they're going to run another. And costly runs. Four leg buys, 4 runs ran there unnecessarily. A 1 turned into 4, and that will just add to the frustration to the Eastern Storm. Some fun in the sun today here in Bloemfontein. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. We've got a jumping castle on the embankment, having a look at the children enjoying their fun here. It's beautiful played. We've got 2 short catching mid-wickets here for Aman Khan. One very straight, Yuri Snyman. Just a couple paces to his right. So clearly there's a plan. Deep square leg out. Momin's the only man out or outside the ring. That's why the man is there. Good stop by Yuri Snyman. There's no mid on. Apologies, there is a fine leg. So fine leg and deep square leg out to what is the shorter boundary towards the main pavilion. And De Guale sees out the final delivery of that over, the end of the 37th. The Flexbrand Knights, 116 for the loss of none. It's steady cruising here for the Flexbrand Knights. They've kept their run rate above 3 this whole innings thus far. 3.2 at the moment. Coach JP Trichard would be very happy with the start that his side has. Looking to capitalize and chase down that 277 and build a lead. We know there's a lot of rain forecasted for the play on Monday. So we will have to see. There's thunderstorms again forecasted for later this evening at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So might be expecting a wet field again in the morning. Camilo Similani to continue from the Willows End. So at the moment, Gian Klute is really seeing the ball well from Similani's hand. And he's expecting the spin. He's rocking back nicely, clearing his front leg, and playing the ball rather easily. As we are seeing a fielding change. Man under the helmet on the leg side. And I was just about to ask where the threat might possibly come from. So the 2 mid wickets have been removed. One has been put under the helmet. Oh, and it's big. He's hit it hard. Oh, it's gone on the ground. Deep square leg, but that's exactly what Gian Klute wants. He's been very calculated in looking at which delivery he wants to hit. Now, on the other hand, the battle between Tumelo Similani and De Guale has been a very different narrative. Because the ball is turning away from him, it has made it so much more difficult. We've seen a couple just past the outside edge. It's well left on this occasion. Because he's getting so much turn, he's able to really attack those wickets more than you would used to be able to do. Oh, and this time the paddle, and he gets it very fine. Recovery work for square leg to do, but they do come back for 2. Excellent innovation there from De Guale. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking, not allowing him to get bogged down. So at the moment, no one out on the boundary, everyone in the circle. Oh, and there's that big turn. There's that big turn. Now. We spoke about batting last. And would it come back to bite the Knights if they had to bat in that final innings? As another one passes the outside edge. A lot happening in this contest at the moment. It's the end of the 38th over, 119 for the loss of none. But we spoke about the spin in this Eastern Storm cap and their capability. And it's been showing a bit this morning. And with the ball turning the way it is, it's not going to get any easier. Flexbrand Knights are doing well at the moment. Protected their wicket, they've scored. Wouldn't say easily, but they've rotated the strike well with the pressure that's been around them. They've scored the boundary, the crucial boundaries, ever so often. When the bad ball does come, they've really missed out on the opportunity. Aman Khan to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's only conceded the 11 runs, and most of those runs have been leg byes. This time opting to come around the wicket, and as you saw with that delivery, because of that slope as we spoke about earlier, going from right to left, he is able to straighten the ball and just gently move it away from Gianluca, the left-hander. So new angle of attack. He's got a third slip in place in a gully. No third man, a deep point, fine leg. Oh, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. Because he's able to move the ball away from the left hand at the moment, he can come much straighter than usual, where the natural action coming around the wicket as a right-hander would be drawing it closer to the pads, too straight. But at the moment it can just cause a bit of difficulty as it just straightens that bit, moves away from the right-hander. This one worked into the leg side. They do come through for a single. And again, it's exactly what the Knights are looking to do, and they're doing it quite well at the moment. Just when the pressure feels like it's just starting to build, Gianluca gets himself on the other side, just releases that pressure ever so slightly. Now for Dala, Mangaung coming over the wicket. Still have those two short mid-wickets, catching mid-wickets in place. If you just tuned in, welcome to all our viewers to this final in the 4-day series between the Eastern Storm and the Flexbrand Knights here at the Mangaung Oval, City of Roses. It's a 5-day match we have here, and it brings about the conclusion of what has been a fantastic season in Division 2. Oh, inside edge. It's running away fine. Fine leg will not be able to cut that off. And that will be another boundary. Boundary to Dala. He moves to 49 from 129 deliveries. Let's have a look at that again. Game of margins. Oh, inside edge. Forwards. That's running away fine. Fine leg will not be able. And as that brings the conclusion of the 39th over, the Knights find themselves 124 for the loss of none. It does look as if the players are coming off. And I suspect that would be tea. So join us after the break again. So as we go for tea here on day 2, the Flexbrand Knights have batted 39 overs. I've got 124 runs on the board. Gian Klitter still there, the leading run scorer in this competition. He's on 60 from 110 deliveries. And Isak Digale is on 49 from 129 deliveries. They have come in. It's not been easy. The bowling has been fierce. The pitch has been turning for the spinners and been swinging for the seamers. And they've done well to mitigate that. And their pursuit of building a lead in this 5-day match, they still trail by 153 runs. And we will be back after the break and tea to see the continuation of their innings.
The umpires wilden laten gaan and Ntokozisi Shezi back on the park. And ready for the evening session of day 2 of the 4-day final in Division 2 of South African domestic cricket. Gian Tuta on 60 and Isaac Gichali on 49, laying more than just a solid platform for the Knights, and it was quite apparent in that last 10-over spell before the tea interval that the Bloemfontein Heat was catching up with the Eastern Storm. All of a sudden Ernest Kemp lost his way just a little, bowled quite a few short deliveries, and Gian Tuta and Isaac Gichali really cashing in on that, especially Gian Tuta, who looked sort of, I'd say, iffy at the start of the innings, just a little so, and he's found his feet and moved on to 60, playing the attacking brand of cricket we got to know. So that run rate, all of a sudden 3.2, they were just lagging a little at 2.5, 2.6. And I'm joined at the start of this final session once again by Aubrey Swanepoel. Aubrey, your take on that second session of the day?
Yeah, I think it's good to be back here after tea. The one thing that I must say Gian did really well was after he gave that early chance to of Ernest Kemp's bowling dropped by Yuri, he's rebuilt his innings and he's emphasizing hitting the ball, putting the bad balls away. And we've seen with Isaac also, any worth he's capitalized on him. We've seen just before the tea break there, executing the pull shot really well. But one thing I can say that might count in Eastern Storm's favour is Similani's getting the ball to spin from the Willows end.
He is, and he's also bowling with the slope, assisting that turn. So the turn will be emphasised by the slope. It was Ernest Kemp earlier in the day that bowled against the slope, so to speak, with these left arm tweakers. So especially for the right-handers, it'll be something to deal with. Similani, you see off stump guard for Gian Tuta. His idea might be to move that V sort of to the mid-wicket area, playing with a turn, mid-wicket, mid-on is vacant.
Yeah, and Similani starts there with a full banger. One thing that Gian did play really well was the short ball. He's looked to capitalise. He's put Similani on the fence a couple of times with the ball dropping short. We've seen now Ernest Kemp taking out the backward point. We've seen for a long period yesterday Dane Pitt bowling with no backward point, and it's same here for Similani, taking the backward point out. It's a matter of time because Gian's in now, he's at 60. How long does it take before he plays that reverse sweep?
Oh, Similani is in the mix here and he knows it. Kluter playing back to one that he'd much rather be forward to. You can see him rehearsing the stroke there. I suggest he rehearses going forward to that.
There's enough for Similani wanting Gian to hit him against the spin with the slope, and he's getting it to kick out the footholes there, because probably from that side there's been 100 plus overs, 140 overs bowled, so there's about more than 70 overs from that side. So the footholes are starting to open up, and it's how consistent can Similani execute hitting that footholes?
That's the question. Consistency here for Similani. He's an excitable man. Lots of oohs and ahs.
We've seen just before the tea break a couple of player misses there, but we just from our point of view, we think he's more like hitting four or even less at 3 there in the consistent area, and we want him to hit. We want to see Gian and Isaac hitting him more down the ground. It's just rocking back on the back foot and finding that rotating of strike comfortable, and that's frustrating for the Eastern Storm team.
And the longer they're at the crease, the more they'll find those ways of rotating. They've been there for 40 overs. Klutser's already crossed the milestone. Dechali went to have his tea and biscuits on 49. He's not on strike yet, as Klutser got 1 from the last over. Aman Khan has bowled 7 overs. He's been more than decent.
The one thing that I enjoyed seeing from Aman Khan just before the tea interval, he came around the wicket to Gian and he got the ball just to straighten a bit more, and I think that's put a bit of doubt in Gian. I know tea break was around the corner, he was leaving the ball well there, but I think the round tactic might have been just too comfortable, and it's good to see that he's changing his angle here, coming over the wicket to Gian.
125 without loss, just more than 3 and over. Khan runs in from the Loch Logan end to Klute. Bang on the money. To start with, he's a tall fella, Zaman Khan.
Yeah, just looking at the run rate, probably about just 33 overs, 33 overs after this left. And if the Knights bat at the same run rate, it will give them probably a bit closer to 90 to what they have now, and then they'll be about, come the morning, about 50 behind. So it's going to be vital that these two have built a better foundation here for the Knights to go on and take it deep. And the frustrating thing about the Eastern Storm team is they had guys that got in and never looked to punish the team. And for the Knights, Flexbrand Knights team, they need someone to bat long and bulk of the overs.
Sort of expect between these two, if one of them is going to play the sheet anchor role, it'll be Isaac Dikhale. He's well suited to that. He's compact, short in stature, leaves well, so he might be the man tasked to really bat 6-7 hours, and Jean Klute maybe plays natural game the longer this innings of his lasts.
Yeah, Gian's strike rate has been idling there between 40s and 50s, and that's where he's been idling this season, batting about most of, as Aman goes wide there, big flash there, but Gian's predominantly batted about 50 to 60 strike rate. In his last game against the Rhinos in the second innings there, that when he picked up the tempo, but what was good to see, he's applied himself and then he earned the right to dominate the later he got in there. And when you speak about batting, is opening, especially opening batting, is the ball's outside off. You got to leave it well in the early innings and capitalize this 4:30 when the bowlers are into their third and fourth spell, and that's what Gian and Isaac's looking to do now.
I've seen a lot of those appeals. Umpire Shazy, not interested in them at all.
Yeah.
Went across the left-hander.
Definitely do feel, if you watch here, the angle that Aman Khan's coming just to leave Gian there, wanting him to still drive the ball down the ground, but it's giving the opportunity to bring the neck and the first slip involved there.
15 first-class matches for Aman Khan, 37 wickets, best of 6 for 78. Average of 25. He's conceded 16, so if you go on that average, he's got another 9 runs to play with to pick up his first wicket.
Yeah, you can see just looking at the scoreboard, and the bowlers that bowled, Ernest bowled really well for them, but his last 3 overs in his spell, he leaked some runs, and Aman Khan's probably be their pick of the day with energy. He's getting the ball to move now here after tea, so I'm sure that Ernest and Grant Thompson, the brain trust of the team, has gone to him and gave him clear instructions of what they expect from him, how to get that run rate to the 2.5 run rate where they feel might be dangerous for them.
Very straight once more, worked him at wicket, another maiden over. So there's 1 run in the first 2 overs after tea, 41 overs gone, 125 without loss. Aubrey Swanepoel more interested in the English Premier League football as Manchester United take the lead against Tottenham by 1-0. Big moment under the caretaker managership of Michael Carrick. United with 3 big wins in their last 3 Premier League encounters.
Yeah, definitely bringing some life back to the club. But this is going to be interesting here. I think Isaac's looking for that 50. As you see, Ernest Kemp bringing in the second slip as well here for Similani. He's definitely has troubled Isaac just before tea. As Isaac tacked that one to the vacant square leg. That brings up 50. Well deserved, well played 50 from Isaac.
It's his 12th first class 50 for Isaac de Khaled. He's had a very good season. Made 2 first class hundreds as well, with a higher score of 122. Is this that breakout season for him?
Yeah, he's played really well there. He's applied himself 50 of 130 balls. I remember saying earlier, just looking at his weight transfer at the crease, how he played seamers, was mean that his alignment was very good there. And as we see here, Similani just getting the ball to straighten. It's gonna be interesting to see what tactic Isaac used to rotate strike here, because the ball's actually spinning from middle stump.
We'll have a look at his season in the 4-day campaign shortly. A lot of starts: 17, 16, 15, 21, 20, 34. He made 57 not out against Border. But in all of those matches, Gian Kluter was also playing his part. So it's been solid starts. Hasn't really kicked on. This is his opportunity in the final. You speak about openers and taking the shine off the ball. So he's certainly done that throughout the season. But it's time to cash in now.
Yeah, if you look at Isaac, he's well known for the old school opening role. See the shine of the ball, leave the ball well, lay the foundation where Gian's put the counter punch, strike rate, looking to put the bowlers under pressure. But he's played really well here this afternoon. Well deserved half century. But I think once both of them got to a half century, it's half the job done. For the Flexbrand Knights, they need someone to get to the 3 figures.
He made his first class debut back in 2016 with Isaac de Khaled for Northern Cape against Northwest in Potchefstroom. He's on 51 as de Khaled, Kluter on 61. It's day 2, plenty of cricket left. Deficit 150 at this stage.
Yeah, it's definitely a good foundation laid by the two of them. 127 on the board. There's been a couple of chances, and just felt that the seamers need to do a bit boring job for a bit longer. As soon as they had the play and miss, they look for that magic ball pitching, leg stump, hitting off stump, and I just think it's not going to work. They should just do the boring job. As we watched yesterday, Malusi did the same thing for a long period. He invested in that, and there was rewards.
Yeah, it's so refreshing to spend time at the final of the 4-day series and see players really grafting for every single run, every wicket. Not the swashbuckling style we're used to in T20 or even 50 over cricket. This is more of an art form.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest form of cricket, and I think the scenario where Eastern Storm find them in now is probably the hardest scenario to have in cricket. And I think this is where true character and true leadership is going to show. They're going to need someone to grab the bull by the horn and want to pull it for the team, because if they're just going to idle and wait for things to happen, they'll wake up end of day's play and the Knights will be about 20 to 30 runs just behind them.
Khan has been good. He's been consistent in what he's been trying to do. His 8 overs has cost him only 16. Jean Cloutier lets that one go, but it's 9 dot balls for Mangaung after tea.
He's definitely been one of their better bowlers today, yeah. Just bowled foot stump to the lefty especially. The thing is, once he's bowled that 4 balls across the lefty, he's looking for that magic ball coming back at the right hand, and I think that's what's either cost a boundary or the rotative strike. So I just think, like I mentioned in the previous over, they need someone to invest to do the dirty job for longer, especially as cricketers. We speak about session after teas, graveyard session, the hard session. They need someone to step up and just do that job.
Fielded in the gully by Kabelo Sekokune. Gets a little low 5 from Jaden Govender, the man behind the stumps. Grant Thompson at a very wide sort of third slip, maybe even fourth. Sekokune at gully, so a big gap between Govender and Thompson. No third man.
Yeah, just as you speak there, the deep backward point comes to conventional point there. He's got 4 dots now. Yeah, he's got to make sure that he finishes over and
into that gap that I was describing just a minute ago. Wonderful bowling from Amman Khan, and Govender and Thompson prone to the ground.
That's cut them properly in half. I think you were feeling that gap just looked too big for your liking, and the chance came, and it might have got to make sure that he finishes over. A great ball we watched there from Amman Khan.
Into that gap. Into that gap that I was describing.
Playing off there. He's got 4 dots.
Yeah, Govender's foot movement there, not great either. He was on his way to his right. No need on that line. Something you sort of see a lot from wicket keepers, Aubrey. They favour a side to put the weight on, right or left, and depending which way they then have to move, there's always a better side for a wicket keeper. And for Govender, you can clearly see that's the right side.
Yeah, it just shows experience there. If it was, I don't say it would have been an easier catch. Just thinking about if you played on a venue where there's a slope and you know that it's going to be hard for the ball to go up the slope. It's already 43 overs old, so naturally, where the angle is coming, it's going to go across Gian. And you could just see as the nick came, young Govender just stepped into his right, and that didn't allow him to take off to his left.
And that's another part of the game where analytics and having an analyst in the team room is so important, because Grant Thompson is supposed to know that Govender favours that side, and that being at 2.5 or third is going to serve me no purpose here. They obviously, it's about the pace of the wicket. That's what they're thinking. And that's why first slip, they don't think the ball will carry there, they don't think the nick will be that fine. Fair enough. But if we have a look next over at the positioning of Govender, and as he takes that final step, he certainly favours the right hand side.
Yeah, as Simalani to Isaac. I just feel it's just, I know they have the attacking field on the offside, but Simalani's just bowled a bit too much on leg stump. He got it to spin just before tee on off stump. So I think inviting Isaac to want to hit the drive is more of a, as that one just dropped short of Yuri at backward point. But for me, I just feel that as soon as he goes to leg side of Isaac, it's allowing him an easier defence, where it's going to test his defence if the ball's pitching off stump line. A lot of oohs and ahs this over, halfway through for Simalani.
Yeah, I'm looking at the field with a 45 on the leg side and a mid-on, and the plan of Simalani here with 2 slips and a short leg, short cover as well. I'm looking at that line. I wonder how long it is before the sweep's going to be employed here.
Yeah, we've seen for Gian, And as well as Isaac, the sweep is an option. It's just a matter of time before how Gian or Isaac want to manipulate the field by having that sweep.
I don't think Rijale is going to love the fact that he's got 2 slips in there, because it might affect his cut shot as well, and the sort of authority he plays it with. So I think the sweep here is not a bad idea, especially this line that Similani's persisting with. That's better. That's a good line. That's the line you were speaking about, Aubrey. Getting him to play forward on that off stump.
Yeah, I know Similani's bowled 6 overs for 13 runs here, but I just think we've seen the ball spin from the Willows in. We've seen Dane yesterday not scared to go quick change. So I still feel that Ernest hasn't bowled from the side. It will be interesting to see if Ernest could maybe get the same purchase that Similani is getting from this side, and he can get maybe a bit more bounce as he is the leading wicket taker in this competition. Someone to back because Similani is also dried up and Khan's dried up the runs, the chance has come. So I just think if we can see Ernest to get maybe a bit more bounce and spin from this side.
131 without loss. Someone Khan. It's going to start his 10th over.
Yeah, but this is what we spoke about. If you can get a picture from Watch Governor's first step, is always going inside, then not to his left.
You can see there, and we're sitting right behind him. Aubrey, that moment he plants his feet, and we see this with a lot of wicket keepers. Quinny de Kock does the same thing. He favours that left-hand side actually, where that last planting of the feet, the weight is sort of on a 60-40 split between. And as a keeper from a young age, you try and get that 50-50, and so that you can move in both directions.
Just something I've picked up over the years is like guys that keep wicket to a team that have a lot of right-handers in. You always see them going on to their weaker foot, and they struggle to take off from their weaker foot. And that nick that, as we see Gian plays a lovely cover drive. It's always a dream to see a left-hander, full extension of the arms, cover drive there, beating 2 covers there.
Yeah, and in all due respect, you want to see these shots because that means Aman Khan
that nick that
getting the ball up there.
As we see Gian plays a lovely cover drive.
Take it away
it's
from
always a dream to see
Gian Tuta, just beautifully played on this occasion. 135 without loss.
Just coming back to what I said about guys keeping for right-handers, you can see what happened in that chance that came there. I think because he's always wanting to go to his right, and that's why he couldn't go from his right foot to dive to his left. There was no balance.
Well bowled. Now it's another point, and I make this so often. If you go back 15, 20 years, wicket keepers, especially in South Africa where the ball doesn't bobble after it's past the stumps, wicket keepers took the ball on the inside. So they were always moving to try and take the ball on the inside of the body, meaning if the nick comes, they're already moving. So when you keep to a left-handed batter, that will be meaning outside off stump, you'll be moving to your left. So you'll be moving in the direction of the slips, riding the ball on the inside of your body. We don't see as much of that these days.
Yeah, definitely. I think it definitely was something that you said about 15 years ago, guys. I remember the likes of when I started playing Wendell, Morne van Wyk, they always spoke about catching, even Coach JP, catching the ball on the inside on them and allowing them to move with the ball there. I just think the modern day cricket is happy to just do the basics well, and I think it's because everybody just plays 20-20 cricket, but this is probably, as you mentioned yesterday, the hardest format of cricket, and you got to do the basics well. And I think the chances that came for Easterns today, they didn't do the basics well.
I'm very passionate, Aubrey, about the art of wicket keeping because it is an art, and it's funny you should mention T20 cricket because that's where it's become sort of a customary to have a batter that doesn't bowl, that doesn't necessarily, we'll get back to that doesn't necessarily excel in the field. You chuck him a pair of gloves and you work with him for 3 or 4 or 5 months, and there you go, you've got a T20 keeper. unfortunately, in 4-day, 5-day cricket, test match cricket, wicket keeping becomes a premium, and that's where you'll see guys like Foster from England. Australia's Alex Carey is probably the head and shoulders the best wicket keeper currently in the world. They do a lot more than just the basics. They old school good wicket keepers.
100%, and I think the vital role about the keeper playing, I think, is also to communicate with his captain what he thinks the ball's doing and what can happen. And because I think something that I seen yesterday, Gian was always giving information back to Dane and how what's the ball doing. I just think young governors not having a lot of chats with his leadership, so it's difficult for the leadership trust to know what is the ball doing. So they're just going on from bowler's experience. So it's good communication if you can have someone behind the gloves, passionate, like you mentioned. You've got to be passionate in 4-day cricket, taking the gloves. Because there's days you can 150 overs has always been on the count. So I just think the communication between the leadership and young governor must get closer, and the communication can alert to maybe there's a better tail, or they're having the fielders in the right position.
It's great to see Dikali and Kluter really rehydrating. Saw a pink drink, that's a rehydration drink. Pretty sure Dikali took a couple of bites from a banana. And it's good management on the side of the Flexbrand Knights, and nutrition plays an extremely important role over these 5 days. Eating the right things, taking in the right fluids, staying hydrated.
Yeah, I think that's vital in modern day cricket, is looking after the body. And I think also once you have a fresh mind out there, you make fresh decisions, and that's allow you to bat for longer, because we've seen guys getting to the 50s and finding it quite difficult to convert, maybe because of fatigue, and that's a slip of mental stuff, and then you just chip one to cover because you're not in a good position. But it's good that they take time out of the game, rehydrate and vitalize the mind, and then we can rebuild again. As Simalani comes there to Isaac.
71 of 133, Gian Kluter's got himself going, nearing that 55-60 strike rate that we spoke about.
Drops it short.
I'll be disappointed there, Isaac Dikhale. Opportunity to score. And for 14 is well into his 7th over is Simalani. Solid. He's technically very solid, Isaac Dikhale. It's a joy to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, when I watched him just after lunch, you could just see that how his weight transfer from his mid crease forward. And if you listen when KP always speak about, you don't need to have big strides to the ball. You just need to have your head going towards the ball. And you could see there that a lot of the time Isaac might have not been in a good position, but his head was always going towards the ball.
Good eyes, good hands. Some of the keys for batters these days. Head in the right position, as you say, moving towards the ball.
Yeah, as last ball of Simalani's, Ernest just out of slip there to short cover.
It's good to see, just changing it up. Ernest Kemp, another good over, only 1 run off it. Simalani, teapot, thinking about life, thinking about his bowling, having a chat to Valdula Khan.
Just seeing the brain trust there, Squid, they definitely are trying to think about something. I know that Tomo's spoken to Simalani that they feel like he's maybe undercutting the ball. That's why I still feel that he's bowled really well, but you don't want the guys already settled. I think it's maybe time that we see the captain bringing himself on from the Willows end.
I do think Ernest Kemp was quite disappointed in himself those last 3 or 4 overs. And there was a real change after Gian Kluter used his feet against him. He started dropping them too short, both sides of the wicket. He got cut, he got pulled. And I wonder if he's just biding his time, reflecting.
As Aman Khan into Gian, you can just see the ball's gotten a lot softer. The way Gian Ansaki's playing the ball is like it's not kissing the deck anymore. It's like it's holding up there, and if it's back of a length, it's allowed him just to rock back and be in a better position. Where I know Gian hit Aman Khan the previous ball for a lovely cover drive, but that is the area that he should be striving to hit more than the back of a length line.
Clouds are rolling in once again here at the Mangaung Oval. I said there's the chance of afternoon thunder showers. Khan to Klute. Solid in defence is Gian Klute. Every possibility that the Flexbrand Knights will be back in Division 1 of South African domestic cricket next season, the 2026-27 season. So does that. Also a different battle raging. Personal performance is also very important. New contracts to be handed out. Who's going to get the nod out of the current squad? 16 contracts, of course, available in Division 1. Only 11 in Division 2.
I think that is the topic of the tower now around domestic cricket is a restructure that's happening in Cricket South Africa system, and it's about the window period's probably opening soon, so coaches will soon be allowed to speak to players and discuss about what they're looking for in the next cricket season. After this game, there's only one more format left, and then it's winter time, and so the coaches are going to be looking into who they got to let go and who they're looking to bring into their armory.
So, with 11 contracts in Division 2, there's a couple of men playing in this final that's not contracted currently to the Flexbrand Knights. Ross Boast, one of them. He's impressed ever since he's arrived. Ruben Maria, another. So they're fighting to try and be included in that 16. For Klute and De Gale, it's about keeping their contracts. Innings like these will definitely help. Got to feel that Gian Klute and Isaac De Gale is pretty much assured of being approached by the Brains Trust of the Flexbrand Knights and being asked to stay on for Division 1.
Yeah, it's going to be normally what we've seen has happened around the system is bigger unions come looking for the best players that goes up. So I'm sure Gian has been around at the Knights and he's had a really good season. So it's going to determine on him if he wants to stay or if someone else come knocking, if he's going to want to do the move. Because I still feel that he's only about 32, so that he has played South Africa, he has a taste. So playing for the green and gold is still probably something he wants to achieve.
And that's an interesting side note that you put on the story there. There's no guarantees that the Titans or the Cobras, or the Western Province rather, the Northwest Dragons, the Dolphins, the Warriors, the Lions, they can come calling to any one of these players at the Flexbrand Knights currently.
It's going to be interesting to see how the guys are going to do signing the coaches this year. Because next year the Proteas have a big year. So there will be times where you're without your Proteas. So it's going to be interesting to see what type of signings you have, especially if your backups are not at 100%.
Governor does the fielding off the inside edge. It's the second inside edge for Isaac De Gale against Khan. There was one just before tea as well. But it's time for me and Aubrey Swanepoel to make way, and he'll be in the very capable hands of John Harmer for the next half an hour.
Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Sput. Back in the commentary box. And Jiang Tut and Isaac de Gale is still out there. What an incredible innings they are playing here. This partnership now worth 139 runs. Off an appeal. Quick hands from Govender. Oh, this one's pulled hard. And there's no one out there. And there will be another boundary. Isaac de Gale picked it up early. It was shorter, it was too straight. And he got all of it. We've seen in this battle with Tumelo Simonali that he's been getting a lot of purchase and he's been having a very aggressive field. On this occasion, too short. And smacked. Pulled hard. And there's no one out there. So still no one out on the boundary. It's a stacked offside field. 6-3 field at the moment. This one on the offside. Short again, cut hard but stopped. That's where he wants to be a bit fuller on that middle stump, off stump line. Just asking the right type of questions. Since I was last in the commentary box, the cloud cover has notably become more here in Bloemfontein. Short again, and the catch is taken. Catch is taken. Isaac de Gale going for the cut shot once more, and it's caught at short cover. Or would you rather say a short point, not to show that positioning, but a fine catch. And that finally does break this partnership. Isaac Gale has to depart for 56 after 156 delivery. He's been out there for 203 minutes. Yeah, and here's that wicket again. Was there to catch short again, and the catch is taken. Sharp pass in the commentary box. Cloud cover. So the end of the partnership. It's been a vital one for the Flexbrand Knights. And it does bring to the crease Patrick Botha. You can just hear from the dugout of the Eastern Storm what that wicket meant to them in this competition. It is a final. They've worked hard for that wicket. It's been a long time coming. And we saw and we discussed that Tumelo Simonali was asking all the right questions of Isaac de Gale. And he finally does get his man. So at the end of the 48th over, Flexbrand Knights 143 for 1. And what the Eastern Storm would be wanting here is they would like a cluster of wickets to fall. They would like a glimpse of hope. They would like to start taking this game away here from the Knights, the latter end of day 2. See a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Starts off with a full toss, heads down to third man. And it's also no ball. No ball indicated, so not the best start here from Albany. You see James Albany bowled really well from the Willows end early on in this innings. Just not getting it right on the first occasion. But now he's bowling to the new man at the middle, Patrick Botha, also a left-hander. Patrick Botha, a long-standing servant of the Flexbrand Knights. Over the years, his dedication is shown to this union, to this ground. Doesn't want to play anywhere else. Incredible loyal player, and he's been in good touch this last year. It's always good to see. This one wide and full of the popping crease. Patrick Botha, very happy to see that one through. So another 26 overs of allocated play for the day. And at the moment, the Flexbrand Knights would be very happy with the position they find themselves in. We've got 145 runs on the board, but more importantly, they've only got the loss of the one wicket. As we enter the last phase of this day, they'll be looking to protect the wickets the way the Eastern Storm did on the first. Seeing a couple of families on the embankment enjoying the cricket. Oh, beautiful drive by Patrick Botha. He's not moving out of his crease. Why should he? Stand and deliver. It was overpitched. And he's hit that for a beautiful straight drive. Oh, beautiful drive by Patrick Botha. He's not moving out of his crease. Why should he? Lovely to see the families out here today. We've got the jumping castle. A lot of fun for the youngsters. Oh, and again, same delivery. This time not as much power, it will be cut off. Some good fielding in the deep. Come back for 3. It finishes the 49th over. The Knights, they come to 152 for 1. Reach that 150 mark. It's taken him 297 deliveries, 17 fours and the 1 6. It's exactly what Coach JP Trichard would have ordered at the beginning of this innings. Still like to see Jiang Kluter, the leading run scorer of this competition out there, he's sitting nicely on 73 of 138 deliveries. He's been recently joined by Patrick Botha. He's currently on 7 from 6. So it's 2 left-handers. Aaron Skem has opted to stay with Tumelo Similani from the Willows End, left arm orthodox spinner, turning it into the left-handers. He's got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. He's got a slip and a man under the helmet as well. Oh, quick single. Oh, there's an appeal. Jiang Kluter doing well to get to his ground. Good throw. Patrick Botha called that one early. Good running. As soon as he saw the fumble, oh, quick single. Quickly off his mark. Oh, there's an appeal. Really good running. Just shows the intensity that these guys are playing at here in the final. And even though our viewers might be watching and saying, you know, it's not a high scoring match or the runs are coming slow, it is a well fought contest here at the Mangaung Oval. I must say we have been seeing cricket from the top draw here. It's been really a pleasure to watch. Seeing the plans and the execution of those plans, the half chances, the strategic battles, the mental battles. Advancing down the ground. He beats Similani this time. Runs down to long on. Oh, there's a tumble. Patrick Botha calls it early. And he's come back for the 2. Stolen a run. And that's incredible awareness from Patrick Botha. He watched nicely as Christopher Brits, who's on the long on boundary, just stumbled for a second and he ran so quickly. He's quick between the wickets. And they've gotten 2 there. And that's exactly the type of intensity you would like to see in a final. It's not the flashy shots, it's not going straight down the ground or the glamorous, but it's taking every inch, every quarter that you can. And it's nice to see that initiative from Patrick Botha. And Jiang Kluter, he's come down the wicket a couple of times now for the spinners. He likes to disrupt their line and their length, having them question themselves. Where is he going to go? He's rocked back into his crease as well. This time, oh, big turn. Ball came back sharply into Jiang Kluter on this occasion. It's the end of the 50th over. 155 on the board for 1. Jiang Kluter, he's on 75 from 143 deliveries. He's grafted. He's made sure that he's valued his wicket, and he's shown his class here today. He's been recently joined by another veteran, another left-hander, Patrick Botha, who's come in and has immediately made an impact, not on the scoreboard, so to say, he's 8 of 7, but in the intensity with his running. Very smart cricketer as well. Jesse James to continue from the Loch Logan end. He would like to redeem himself from the first over back into his spell from that end. It's a much better line this time around. We saw in the previous over just over pitching the last 2 deliveries, and Patrick Botha playing them superbly down the ground. A lot of support down here for the Eastern Storm, friends and family. Gian Kluter getting ready maybe for the next over. Maybe indicating his plans for Tumelo Similani. Looking at that short boundary at deep square. And as this cloud cover just starts to creep in more, ever so slightly, you do notice that the light is slowly starting to fade. So I wonder at which point it will become a factor for the umpires to consider. Patrick Botha playing the patient game here. You can also just see in the background just a couple of areas where rain is falling, scattered rain. Nothing that is too ominous at the moment for our proceedings. Oh, and this time around, Patrick Botha stepping across his wickets to ensure that he's in line with the ball. As if Jesse James predicted, it has gone down leg, but because of the slope and his angle, he's bringing it away from the left-hander, and it's almost corrected to the extent of hitting leg stump. That would have been a very interesting affair if that had happened. So as you can see in his run-up, there's a short catching mid-off. Very close. Oh, he tries again. Tries again. There's a big appeal. Umpire says that's pitched outside the line. That concludes the 51st over. And those last two deliveries have just fired up the crowd ever more. As you can see a couple of spectators around. I'm wondering if these were the same gentlemen from yesterday. They got quite vocal at the end of the proceedings. Tomorrow's a beautiful Sunday, and if you are in Bloemfontein's region, we welcome you down to the Mangaung Oval. It's free entrance here. You can come and enjoy this final and the beautiful cricket that is being played here between two very, very competitive sides. As you see, Tumelo Similani to continue his spell from the Willow's End. Again, Gian Kluter advancing down the ground. It's a game of cat and mouse. Likes to unsettle the bowler. Still deep square, deep mid wicket, long on in place. This time rocking back for a single. Struck purely, but long on brought up into the circle for Patrick Botha, so there's no run on offer there towards Chris Britt. Oh, and that's what he's looking for. Pitching it quite outside the line on the off stump, and it's turned back sharply into Patrick Botha. This time much straighter, and it's worked. Square leg, who does cover that off, the skipper, Kim. And that concludes the over. Only one run from it, 56 for a loss of 1. And I must say, it is a joy to watch these two batting at the moment. A lot of experience being carried. Gian Klutter looking very comfortable in the middle at the moment. He's moving around well, using his feet. Eastern Storm looking for a breakthrough, looking for an answer. They'll be hoping Jesse James Albany can deliver that answer for them. He's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. He still has what I would say is a third slip and a gully in place. And that's what they would like to see. They would like to see Gian trying to play his shots as the ball comes across him. They have a deep point in place as protection. And at this moment, the Eastern Storm supporters are really rallying behind their team. They're supporting every delivery, encouraging the men to push on in that pursuit of a wicket, the breakthrough, especially of this man on strike right now, the big man Gian Klutter. I'd like to see the back of him. This one's worked off the legs, though. Do come through for a single. Umpire does signal leg by. Governor, young man behind the wickets. Kim, the skipper, brings himself rather close again for the bowling towards Patrick Botha. And at the moment, Patrick Botha is timing them beautifully, playing the ball under his eyes. Looking rather comfortable. Settled nicely out there, but that's what experience does. Time in the middle. It's what it gives you when you're in good form. Just feel that the breeze is getting ever so slightly colder. It's been a warm day here in Bloemfontein. The sun basking the guys for a long time. Full and wide. Inviting the drive, Patrick Botha, not obliging, not interested. And there will be a change of line of attack for Jesse James Albany, coming around the wicket. And we did see Aman Khan doing this earlier, and getting a bit of movement, causing a bit of trouble. And that's where he wants to be. That's where he wants to be, in that line, forcing the batsman to play at it. End of the 53rd over. Only the one run from that over as well. 157 for 1. So it's Tumelo Simelane to continue from the Loch Logan end. Excuse me, the Willows end. Oh, half a chance. But in the end, well controlled by Gian Kluter. I'm just wondering, when do they make a change in the bowling? When do they try to bring something new? Advancing again, this time down the ground, over Similani's head. Long on has work to do. They'll cut it off. And they'll come back for 2. At the moment, the ball turning into Gian Kluter has not really troubled him at all. I'm wondering if they're wanting him to have a moment where he tries to clear the boundary and mistimes it. Again, straighter. Or what exactly the mode of dismissal is that they have in mind that they want to target here. At the moment, attacking the wickets, Similani. But we haven't seen much of a false shot as the umpires are coming together. It does look as if the players are moving off the field, and I hope this is not for the light. There's no rain as of yet. Bails have come off, and this is not what you want to see. Still another 21 overs allocated for the day, and we're just waiting for confirmation to exactly is going to happen here. We can hear lightning striking in the distance. I'm not too sure how close that is. We don't have any confirmation as of yet. We'll let you know shortly. But as it stands here at the Mangaung Oval, the Flexbrand Knights on 159 for the loss of 1, steered by Gian Kluter, the leading run scorer of this competition. The players have left the field, and we're hoping to give you an update shortly. So thank you for our viewership. We will let you know shortly, but at the moment there has been a stoppage in play, and I suspect it is for bad light. So there's the confirmation. It is bad light which has forced the stoppage of play. I'm having a look at the lightning alarm as well. So lightning has struck 16 kilometers away from the field of play, and you can just hear it echoing in the distance. So it would be a sad way to end off this day, which has been a very enjoyable day of cricket to watch. We have seen cricket from the top draw. This morning, the Eastern Storm, coming in to finish their innings with 7 wickets down, were able to increase their lead by 277, steered by Marais with an unbeaten 62 from 161 deliveries for the young man, and where Sibotto picked up a couple of wickets to end off that innings. Flexbrand Knights have come and answered. They have put up 159 runs thus far for the loss of only 1 wicket. Beautiful strong stand from the opening partnership of Gian Kluter and Isak Tichala. Gian Kluter 78 runs unbeaten, still in the middle. He's faced 151 deliveries. He is there at the moment with Patrick Berta, the other veteran left-hander. He's on 8 with only faced 20 deliveries. Tumelo Similani, the only one to have a wicket to his name, he's bowled the 10 neat overs for 24 runs. And the news from the Mangaung Oval for the day is Bad light has stopped play as we see covers are coming out now. And we will let you know if play will continue, but at the moment, not looking that way.